It's a little laggy to update that I'm playing the game, apparently. There. That is so weird. I don't know why that takes a while. It does. So how is the Venusdois? Hopefully well. This Tuesday is a Monday, which is cheating. You're alright? That's good. I know exactly. It's weird, but the week after you have like one extra day off, so you have Monday off, it's always like the longest week imaginable. I don't know why that works. Audio. Sometimes it feels like it's like ages long though. Other times it probably goes fast. I'm just looking forward to my next long weekend already. Which is when we have 17th, 18th and 19th. Well, that is true. It does give Tuesday the Monday vibe, but this week is just going to be messy anyway, because my Wednesday has turned into Thursday, so... Oof. My friend wondered if I could pop by on infection suit. On Thursday instead of Wednesday, because him and his boyfriend are both busy on Wednesday. His boyfriend is busy like this entire weekish, but he's busy on Wednesday, as in tomorrow. And I said I'll visit him on Thursday. Because there won't be a stream on Thursday. I might push in the stream tomorrow. Instead, I'll see. That I will decide after work tomorrow. If we do, it will be Honkai Star Rail. I'm gonna hope that the chat has some full luck for me. I'm keeping all my my card pulls until I get to stream it. Whenever I end up actually getting to stream it. Honkai Star Rail. It's the... I know there's an earlier Honkai game. I think it's Honkai Impact. And then the same people had Genshin Impact. And now they have Honkai Star Rail, which I started playing yesterday to test it out. It's a very stereotypical gacha game where you have to draw to win the characters you dream of having that you will never see, and then they want you to spend money on it. I am so bad with this kind of game, so my deal with myself for allowing myself to even start playing it is that my wallet is never touching it. Never, ever touching it. The good part about it is I can play it on my mobile phone, so when I'm taking the train to my friends, I can just sit and play that. It has a very cute aesthetic. It really does. In my opinion, my very female opinion, it has way too little husbandos and way too many waifus. But that's like basically stereotypical for all those kind of games. But yeah, it looks pretty cute. And so far the story's been decent. Not too bad. Not exactly groundbreaking story, but I have enjoyed it so far. And it's like, the fact that I can have it on my phone and my PC, depending on how much time I have or what I want to do that day, it's kind of nice. To know that I can just play on my phone, and when I log on my PC again later, it will have the same progress. Yeah, we'll see. Looks like Astral... Yeah, I think it has the same design type as Astral Chain. It basically you get anime characters with a lot of anime moves and lots of chatting. I haven't quite found a way to stop them from being overly chatty when they fight, but I also kind of ignore it. I admit it. I kind of ignore their overly chattiness. So it's not, from what I understood, it's like it's not a direct follow-up from the Honkai Impact, but some of the characters are either very similar or basically often the same. But that's fine. I did one set of pulls and actually did get a 5-star. 5-star is like the things you want. And it's like a typical game. Is what it wants you to do is to get addicted to the game and get addicted to getting the correct character for being top end. And if you really want that, then you have to use money or you have to be insanely lucky. I'm not insanely lucky. I never have been. With those kind of games. It's like when you were when I was little, you could buy those little plastic balls inside a vendor machine. And you hoped you would get your favorite figure from that vending machine and you got everything else. Same basic principle. Maybe if you just spend enough money, you will get it. And they're in the gacha concept. But yeah, like I said, I made a deal with myself for not spending money on that game. Until we've played it for like a year and we still love it, then I'm allowed to talk to my wallet about spending money on that game. I have done way too many times where you get like, you like it for the first like 20 hours you're playing. And you end up spending at least a little money to just try and get that one that you really, really want. For me in Genshin Impact, it was Diluc, which I never saw. And when you're done with all of that and you get bored with the game and you realize you just wasted X amount of money on absolutely nothing. I'd rather waste it to buy clothing for a character here, because at least then I have the clothing. It's not a lottery. I get exactly the clothing that I pay for. Yeah, that's my idea with it. I'm gonna see how long I find it fun to play and how long what the game gives you and what you get from just logging in daily and doing little things in events and stuff. How long before you start struggling with doing content you shouldn't be struggling with? Or how long is it fun? That's going to be an interesting part. Because that's going to say, I mean, if the game is fun and I still enjoy it, say, months from now, without spending money, then I'm good. Then I don't need to spend money to have fun with it. And if it's a little bit like Genshin Impact, you can, like, if you work hard, which I also won't probably be doing because that makes it an MMO number 2. Okay, pretty things. Pretty things. If it's still fun, then sure. Then they managed something good. They've made it fun and kind of maybe within your reach. Genshin did let you play it for a long time. Hello, Mr. Dentex. Hello, Dentex. How's it going? The pretty things. How is the Dentex? You're going good. Good. Yeah, Genshin Impact you could play for a long while, but I was very lucky with one of my pulls in Genshin. I actually got, I don't remember his name now, but one of the first characters It came out like a special character, the wind character, which helped a lot to get far. I never got, never ever got dialogue, which pisses me off. You would play Star Rail? Yeah, I'm playing it. We'll probably stream that as our non-Final Fantasy stream game for a bit, whenever I do that. Star Rail is so far pretty nice. Pretty nice. I'm hoping if I stream it, maybe I'll have some chat luck with my pulls. So I'm just saving them all. Oof, what did I just do? I did a dumb thing. I don't really have everything here. There we go. Belt, Sele, Bronya, and him. Wow. I have Bronya, I think. That's the only one I've gotten. I have 0 luck with stuff like this. Absolutely 100% no luck whatsoever. Did you spend any money for it though, or did you just pull luck with the pulls you get? Free to play? Nice. That's what I'm doing with my game as well. I'm forcing myself to be free to play. I haven't pulled any of... I pulled some, which of course I got nothing, but everything I got after that I just decided to save up so that I could pull them on stream so that I can show off my shitty luck. Or have some chat luck, depending on where we end up with, just for fun. So like I told Wednesdays, there might be that tomorrow since I'm not home on Thursday, but I will have to see that tomorrow. If I have the energy to stream. And I'm gonna check if I can set up if I'm allowed to set up the drops as well. The monthly thing and the past, the monthly thing. It has like a monthly thing, yeah. I remember that from Genshin. I guess that's the same. And the pass, I think, is also a thing. Yeah, you get gems every day. Yeah, yeah. I don't remember pass, though. But I think that's basically the same as in other games of the same type, I guess, that I do play. I usually buy... If I like the game and play it for a while, I will probably buy them. Like I do with... They have a card game-ish thing that I've been playing for over a year. And for that, I'll do the monthly and the pass when it happens, because those are decently fairly priced for something I play every day. Sit and fiddle with every day. It's let me see what it's called. My memory is really shit. Tears of Themis. It's also Hoyoverse. So same developer, just cards, and you play a lawyer, and there's like a little story and some guys on the cards, which of course is fun. I think it was Dre who started playing it, showing it to me, and then I started playing it. Here we are. I also do my best. Apart from the monthly stuff, I don't do anything else in that one either. I just do the dailies and grab the stuff they give me for free. I do like that I can also have Honkai Star Rail on my phone. So that's good. It's gonna be my travel friend. Oh. Yeah, I noticed it does struggle sometimes with pulling it off, but for the most, it seems fine. Pretty little things. Deliver pretty little thing. Lucky. No. Mm-hmm. 103, 155. So we're gonna get those this time. You wish you could? Yeah, I imagine. I really imagine. My phone is getting kind of old, but it's still good enough for what I use it for. Even if the train intro sequence is kind of laggish. It's trying its best, the poor thing. Yeah, I do plan to stream it. I'm also gonna check if I can... I'm gonna check though if I can do the drops. Bree mentioned it might be for affiliates. If it is, I'll put them on when I play. Let's see, where are we going again? I go as Sage when you can go as Paladin. Use your brain. Where's this one? The one I never remember where is. So, Venus Doys, how far into the story are you now? I forgot to ask. I saw your level yesterday or something at 74. I need to have it on here. Come on, where are you? I can never remember where he is. I think I found him like a little bit all over the place before. I know he can be around here. On occasion. These guys look like mini versions of him, or well, he looks like a huge ass version of them. Depending on how you look at it. I don't remember how far in or away he can be. What's his name again? The juggler hecticon. Yeah, I think I keep thinking he's on the wrong side of the thing. Let's see. Maybe I'm thinking wrong. Maybe he's not here. Maybe he's here. We'll have to go fly over and check out. The weekly nuts. Fortunes of War. Okie dokie. It'll go to the end of Stormblood? Yeah, I think so too. That I have a vague memory of that quest being somewhere close-ish to the end of Stormblood itself. Done with Doma? Yeah, back to Alamiga. Yeah. Still some to go, but you're working your way there. I think it's very clever though what you have done with the ninja and have that like on the side for when you just need a break from the MSQ. I think that's kind of healthy. I mean, I got my alt from the Dashi. My alt, he was created fairly early on. More for role-playing reasons than anything else, but still. Excuse me, Mr. Dude. You know, sword dude. Why aren't you showing up anywhere? You should be around here somewhere, I think. I hope. Yeah, that is true. I wasted all of them. I admit it. I just did everything. When I... South. Oh, there you are. I wasted everything on my main job. I admit it. Ninja isn't bad at all. The only thing that annoys me a little bit with the ninja, and that's because I'm a scrub, is that when I miss up pressing stuff, you get the rabbit on your head, just like a reminder of your shame. This is how stupid you were? Live with it. that's one down. Let's see, where are we going with the timers today? I'm like, why do I have a rabbit on top of my head? But you failed. That's why. Failed. Yeah, but we'll go with the millions. There wasn't anyone else high levels. Ultra Lion. I remember the first time I got it, I was like, why is... Ugh. So, they mock you for failing by putting a rabbit on your head. Why, thank you. Why not? Which, I don't know, melee that I actually like. I will be the first one to admit it. I'm not much of a melee player. Let's see, what's the melee jobs again? Monk, no. Reaper. Reaper is the one that I like a little. It does nothing, it just sits there and goes, hee. Cocked up. Failed. Therefore, you have a rabbit on your head. Enjoy. Enjoy, said rabbit on top of your head. Would have been fun if it actually did something. Like pointed tongues at you or... Let's see, what were we making? I didn't actually check properly. Let's see. Timers. Rabbit is funny. Yes, rabbit is indeed funny. Mammoth. Mammoth. We used to get that. Nope. Let's do mammoth round 2, right? There we go. Well, let's see. We of course also, oh yeah, we did get the... I don't remember if I showed that. Since warrior was the last class we did the run with, he now has this. We got the warrior upgrade. So, depends on what job gets chosen today, of course. But if a job that people want to see me play is a job I've already gotten the weapon to, they can choose which job I should get a weapon for. For the 24 man. When we get to it. I still think all my jobs can do it. Yeah, they're all 6 something. They can all do it badly. You were making mammoths. Little itty bitty mammoths. It depends on if there's any job you want to see me play later. After pizza. If not, I know I did... Not ninja, but ninja. Yeah, I've done Sage, Sam, Ninja, and Warrior, and Dragoon. Dragoon also has his weapon. So. think I did one as Dragoon. And I didn't get a Sam weapon, so that's also a possibility. If a class I've already done gets picked, I'll give Sam the samurai his weapon. Also, Astrologian has their weapon, so if that gets chosen, then I also give a different job their weapon as my quest for the week. With us doing orthos, it goes pretty fast, so it's not bad. I'm a bit curious to Monk. Well, I wish I could have you watch Kay, because he knows how to play it. But if Monk is a wish, Monk it will be. Does Monk still have positionals? Don't remember. Continuing the streak of melee classes. Yeah, you're forcing me to do melee. I'm being forced into melee. Help. Ah, we're getting higher on this as well. Did we say Sam last time? No, because no, we had. You said ninja, and Venestoy said warrior, so we had those two. I don't think we said anything last time. Sam has been done earlier as well. I think that was done by Barry. Because I already had warrior to play next time, because both you and Venestoy asked for class. You asked for ninja, Venestoy asked for warrior. So we did those back to back. That's why we did warrior last time. Ninja then warrior. Do Sam because you like Sam. Okay. And we have Sam and Monk. You do say you like Sam. Oh, if I wanted to do whatever I want, it wouldn't be a melee class now, would it? The idea is that I play stuff I'm not used to playing. If I did whatever I wanted, you would be stuck with me as a sage. Or maybe a white mage. For the shits and giggles. You did make me play paladin, which is also nice. Paladin is my main tank, after all. Reaper. Reaper is nice. Reaper also has their weapon, which means that some would get their weapon. Reaper is the melee class I actually do like. Monk I haven't touched since I leveled Monk. Samurai I played once because Barry asked. Well, we have Monk and Reaper. That's gonna be the next ones. And when I play the Reaper, I will give Samurai their weapon since I have already played them on stream. We have a plan. Monk Reaper. Gonna go have to hit the statue while I wait for food afterwards, just to have half a memory of how on earth to play my monk. You two are like the melee duo, right? It's all about the melee classes. All about the melee. It's all about the melee. Yeah. I have understood that. Both you and Dentex. Why isn't there like a script person somewhere here? It's a little bit annoying. Because you don't do scripts, do you? No. You don't either. Oh well. Ratathan it is then. I don't know waste any scripts. We're closing on 6.4 after all. Tracer. I am your stereotypical healer and let's see, I wanna go a bit down, I think. I think we want these ones to fill up. Maybe a machinist? That's also an option. We're gonna have to put up a poll if I figure out how. See which one we do. I don't mind playing melee though, for some of them. That means that the machinist comes later. You can always play I can't yet, damn it, he doesn't have the gear. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we were going back here. Machinist is actually a pretty decent class. It's a kind of fun job to play. My favorite range is still Dancer. You can see that by this. Basically, the 3 first: Sage, Paladin, Dancer. That's my 3 main jobs, and the jobs I actually play. Jobs I actually know how to play. That's more correct. Half decently. As I've proven to myself over the long weekend, is that I don't lack the skills to actually do solo content yet, because I cannot push out enough DPS with my very mediocre skills. Ooh, a poll. Will it last for long enough for anyone to vote though? We have 1 monk. So I'm guessing it's Venus Toys. No, we don't need your brace. It's fine. Let's see. How does my monk look? Yeah, we can do it closer to when we start that part. Let's see. Where's my monk? Monk. Edry. We have to do two very, very important things when we do this. Since this is the job that might be played, we have to set up the portrait. This is important. Because that it's gonna be comical. We might as well. Balloon. Sprout. That looks nice, right? That looks correct, don't you think? For a monk sprout. Let's see. Do we have Cry? Please tell me we have Cry. Where's the Cry? Well, as a monk, I'm a sprout. I'm a monk sprout. That's not a lie. There, this is the perfect monk for us. Me, when playing any kind of melee classes. Dear Lord. Please forgive my scrubbiness, right? Make a bit of a drama queen bun. What my chat is forcing me to do. But you know, we need it. There. It has been set just in case. Reaper and Monk are 50-50. Oh. Don't remember what my Reaper looks like. Apparently it looks like that. As you can see, Reaper has this one already. I think it's because Venusaurs like the look of the weapon, so we chose that one. Do you believe that is it? Yeah, I think we got that one because I asked which weapon to get, and we looked through them, and you said, I think it was you. It just said that you liked it, so we got that. And I also like it, so it's music. Yeah, just standing is kind of boring. It is really hard to find like any kind of stance in this thing. Where are we? Oh, and look, butt. This is the most important thing we'll do all day. Looks like he has a headache. Which looks silly, but that's me. Look at my big weapon that I'm throwing over my head. I don't remember if victory is any better. I think it is. Yeah, it is a bit better. It's a little easier to work with if you want it set up. There we go. Yeah, that works. It's a tree, Mom! Well, at least both of them are set up for use so that we can quickly fail at. Mostly, honestly, I use the victory stance and I work with that. And I just stop them when I think they look decently cool. Let's see, we need to go to Broken. Yeah. Go find this thing and see if we can punch it in the face. Yeah, my secret for good portraits is victory stance or battle stance is often pretty decent. And then it's clicking very, very quickly. I think that one's pretty funny to make. We have Sage. I think this is also a battle stance or another one. That was just showing off the ever so shiny weapons. And basically same with Dancer. I think every one of them is victory stance or battle stance. What are we looking for again? Oh yeah, we're looking for that one. One that looks a little bit like this, but is bigger. I would suggest actually that you train in G-pose for a bit, because that gives you like the whole look, and you can stop it whenever. I can show you. After we find this thingy. You can just pop here, I can show. Because if you do... Now we're gonna just do it here while we... Yeah. Because now we did that, which of course is really annoying, but since we're gonna do another one anyway. See if I remember where all of this is. What the tire, deep breathe, movement, emotes. And in the presence you have victory. And you have this button which stops all motion. This is barely where you can, basically where you can see all the angles and all the looks. Looks like a bad smirk if you ask me. And if you click it again, see, it's not the fastest, so... And for instance, that one. That one works. And after you see the animation for a while, you can also try and stop it at a certain point you like. And fail at it a million times. Like that one. You don't want to show off your bun, but you want to show off your weapons. Ooh, a wedding to go to. Nice. You can go and find your other one. This was the battle stance, and then you have the victory stance. Which is slightly different. Or did we do victory? Maybe? Let's see. Was it victory? Okay, this is battle stance. Yeah, that's the jumpy one. So, for instance, you can try and stop it there. That's just, if you play around with this, you have the same effects here as you have in the portrait section. So you can basically find what you like there, and then you try and replicate it in the portraits. And we're walking. 1, 2. It's a bit like the dancer ones. You can also go down. Hello. What are you doing? A bit like stretching, that one. Like, hi. It basically is warming up. These guys are a little bit tricky, but you can make some pretty cool stuff. You can make them like they're falling. So it's all about just playing with the... It's a little bit easier in the pose maker, but it is basically playing around with the G poses and getting to know them. Finding something you like and then try and make it again. I do like to play around with G posing, so I've done it quite a lot. How to recreate it in portrait mode? Yeah, let's see if we can do that. Though it will not be as good as a portrait. Portraits. It made him cry, but we can always change it. Take away the comic and something like doesn't look nice. Far Eastern. Oh, that was yellow. Exceptional blue. Fine. Beveled. Beveled is simple. But the important thing then is that we swap this from cry to battle stance we found. What's it? Oh wait, we can have meteor drive? What the heck? Where did we... You have to... I don't know what that does, to be honest. What on earth? Okay. I can't even see what he's doing. It's interesting. Oh, well, how on earth do they do this? No, not that one. That one is just weird. Yeah, link pearl. Oh, hello. Reset camera there. Sometimes it's easier to just reset the camera if you get too lost in space, like we did there. Well, let's say that we want to do... Which one was it we did? That we tried to... We had victory? Was it victory stance? No, it was battle stance. But if you want the landing one, then you basically have it there-ish. Theodry. Yeah, it's finicky, but it is doable. Don't like the design around it though. Quilted black. Seashore. Doesn't quite fit. Wood panels? Void. Nah. Then of course it's just playing around with whatever you like here and what you have. Birthday! Monster. Probably my favorite one. Lurk away. Micro increases. Yeah, but when you have done it once, and you say that you change your gear, and you save it, it's just going to edit. It will update and you will save it again. Pinky and the Brave, Pinky and the Brave. One is a genius, the other's insane. Thank you for that, Laundry. She wrote the same thing as every other day, try and take over the world in chat. That instantly just popped into my head. Narf. Narf indeed. Where is this thing? Yeah, it's an interesting thing. The G-pose is fun. Fun to play with. How can that big thing actually be hiding? It's rather large. Yeah. East, east. Oh, look, there it is. Like I said, it's not exactly small. Gonna bring out the helper because I wanted to play this class. Doesn't this have a closer demolish thing? I don't remember. I don't even know if I have everything. I'm not actually sure in these ever so slightest how to play this. That was AoE. I think that is my dog. That is probably the only hard-hitting thing I should use. Did I put everything in here? Phantom Rush. Rising Phoenix? I don't know what that is either. Enlightenment. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. We're gonna make every other of this type out there to cry. I need to check something that I forgot to check. Hey, you're not allowed to hit me. That is rude. MSQ away. I don't remember what the mouth was. No, that's wrong. Well, oh, there it is. Vingrian horn. 3,200. We're getting slowly there. Slowly there. I'm gonna go do a little bit of dummy testing because I have no idea how this is supposed to be played. Okay, that was probably completely and utterly wrong. Another six-sided star. This is like their standard 1, 2, 3 combo with different variations. That's AoE. That's the regular one. I know that one is AoE. Does that still have? Upu form. This is bad, but I don't remember anything. Okay, so that's that one. Enlightenment. Nope. None of these have positionals anymore, I think. Oh. I think that's a single target. A Brotherhood in meditation that changes your stance, I think. Form shift. Oh yeah, that's the cheeky. That's what gives us the elixir field. This is why we practice a little when people ask me to play stuff I don't know shit about. So we get at least like half an idea of what on earth we're doing. This has to be part of the AoE rotation. Shadow of the Destroyer. Yeah, that's AoE. This is AoE, so this would be the full-on AoE rotation, I think. And that's also AoE. Well, I'm kind of ready to put the entirety of Monkhood to shame, I guess. At least we get the shiny monk weapons though. Although normally I always put on like gloves, because I prefer putting on gloves, glove-like things for monks. But these are kind of cool. Sister dragon heads. Complete. Yeah, we can go do that before I forget. It's gonna be good though. When I get rid of all the double sets I have of main hand and offhand stuff. I don't think these guys basically go into other people's closet and just steal their stuff into their houses and just randomly bring something back to us. Specifically like it when they bring entire walls with them and just leaves the house like standing on 3 walls instead of 4. Or a roof. Yeah. Somebody's been in somebody's closet again. Little thief. And when Venestois is getting closer to the end of Stormblood, we know it's soon time for wolf farms. What is this? Hmm. Already? Oh. What do we get? I think we're gonna get more of these because I still need quite a few of them to repair my little submarines. And that saves me a lot of gil to buy them with these, so that's nice.
Hello.
Hello.
Need to remove the mute.
So many things my retainer has brought back. So many. It's still not the leggings I want.
Oh.
I will have to go farm them myself one day, but I'm taking that one still. It's good enough as it is, but at some point I'll probably just go poke it as a 90 solo. Unsynced and slap it in the face until it drops. What I generally do. So, how does the idea of Crazy God King after 24 man and then some Orthos?
I have to see how much.
You found a
how
puppy? Yay!
my shoulder lasts.
Yeah, it depends on that.
I think I overdid something.
Too much Honkai Star Rail.
I haven't been playing much, to be honest.
I'm just teasing you.
I have been working more than I've been playing.
Oh, that's the general way it goes for most of us. We work more than we play.
I mean, I spent the majority of my weekend working, so.
Yeah, but the rest of the week...
Also working.
I'm planting and, you know...
I'm planting.
Caring... How did it go with the thingy-mobobs?
The tree? The
Yes,
apple trees?
tree.
I think I didn't make it.
Oh.
So,
Oh well, try again.
So I've added more seeds to
Yeah, I took a risk on you not having them vendor stores when we got them from the Orthos thing.
Whatchamacallit? Damn it. Greenhouse.
Yes, greenhouse.
I've added a couple
Should all
of
greenhouses
seeds.
be green? That is the question.
And next time I will not be placing them outside anytime soon.
No, that's probably...
At least not with the heat we've been having.
Oh, that's probably a good idea to not do. There we go. Press the wrong button.
I'll keep them indoor until they're a little bit taller. And then when outside, I'll place them in the front patio because it's a little bit more shaded.
Yeah. That sounds like a good plan. And just, like, I guess be very aware of the temperature. If it gets too hot, be quick. Save the plants.
It's like, it's 420. It's 420, right? Just let me check temperature.
520, but yes, it's 420 for you.
420?
I mean, we had snow yesterday.
30 degrees.
What?
I'm not kidding, it's 30.
I don't like it. I appreciate the 12 degrees we have here more.
Here, I'll show you.
I mean, like I told you, we had snow yesterday.
It shouldn't be 30 inside. I think in the office right now, I think it's 25. Let me check. Yeah, it's 35.3.
I think it was 12.6 when I had a peek on the temperature here.
So it's 25.3 in the office. It's 24 in the middle floor and 23 in the base floor.
think my mom would like being there at the moment.
He likes the heat. It's okay. How is I would gamble that she would like Portugal?
She is the opposite of me with that. She loves heat. Not to the extent of 40 plus, but yeah. She's happy if it's like 20, 25 to 30 or a little around there on the top end there. She's very happy. She's a happy camper.
I think she would like she would like it. We have a golf course not far from house.
Well, like I said, one day. I will fucking drive there. It's drivable. I think. What was it? I did a check. Was it 3.5 days of driving, I think? With ample stops and sleepovers and breaks and charging of the car. Since our car is electrical, it needs to be planned out. I think it was 3 days of driving. It's 19 hours to drive to England if I wanted to go to the FanFest. That's a straight drive, no stopping, just changing drivers and go, go, go. Which isn't healthy for anyone, but that's the fastest you can get there. And I think if I wanted to drive to you, it's at least 3 days drive one way. Yeah, you can drive most of the way, but yeah, you have to take the boat. Or the stupid train, which we're not touching with a 50-foot pole. So you can get there by car. The idea is that I can't put my body on a plane, which means that I have to have alternatives.
Nice.
Of course, another alternative is that you could always take a train. But that takes even longer.
Oh.
Because, I mean, remember when I swim? Yeah. You remember when I was checking the trains to France? It would take me 3 days to get to France with the trains. Because there's waiting time and there's the risk that you try and reach one train and the time between the two trains aren't that far apart. So that means that if your initial train is late, you're screwed.
Oh, that sucks.
So yeah, for that part, it's become kind of like, yeah, driving is just the easiest way to get anywhere. Sit your butt in the car and go, go, go. Go vroom. Sad but true. We don't have a train line that goes to the center of Europe from here. Then closest is Malmö, which goes to Denmark. So the ride would be from here to Oslo, from Oslo to Gothenburg, from Gothenburg to Malmö, from Malmö to Copenhagen, from Copenhagen to Hamburg, from Hamburg to wherever. That's where you find like the trains that go to the rest of Europe, basically. But you have to kind of do it the slow and hard way.
I feel my shoulder is so busted.
Well, if you need a break from everything, then take a break from this as well.
Nah. Oh, cool. Worst case, I'll ask Thought to put the sticker on it later.
Put the stickers on.
Put the sticker.
Them Aether crystals up and running? Which are Aether crystals? Oh yeah, yeah. Either that or portals. Portals would also be fine. Right, open a portal, step through, be anywhere.
Given my love for Final Fantasy XIV, I would love the Ritz being real.
Aether crystals would be fun though.
Also pretty to have in a city.
Or like have your little private aetheryte in your house. Like the small ones in the cities. So you could always travel to the nearest big one.
If you could afford private Ritz, you could have one in your house, and your friends, instead of going all the way to the city, they just teleport to your place.
Like, Dre, do you want to have a movie night? Yes. See you soon.
Yes, please.
Opens aetheryte travel between her house and Dre's house. Done. Then FanFest would be easy.
Oh, absolutely.
And you know what the best thing would be? You could always sleep in your own bed. Always. Hotels wouldn't actually like it much, I think. I mean, why buy a hotel if you can sleep at home?
My pen charging.
I don't know how many would stay at a hotel if you had like the option to just insta travel home and sleep at home in your own bed.
Give me a moment. Isto faz a tua assinatura automaticamente? Isto faz a tua assinatura automaticamente? Ah.
But you could get
fake.
any kind of breakfast, you know. You could go out in a local cafe and get breakfast. Medicament, huh? That sounded a lot like the Norwegian word for medicine stuff.
Ow?
I mean, hotels would like earn money on actually just getting. We're going to speak Norwegian now. Så hotellene hadde bare tjent penger på å selge. Hadde egentlig bare blitt lunsj- og middagssteder isteden. Blitt restauranter. Frokostrestaurant. Frokost- og middags- og lunsjrestaurant.
Ja, finns det sen att adopt en sån.
Hørtes veldig ut som medikamenter det Drisse sa.
É parecido ao caraças, minha assinatura não é assim, eu não assino com 2 dots.
Ja, det gjør du jo.
Só se quiseres que eu assine.
Ja, da må hotellene bli billigere, og det lønner seg å bli der. Det hadde vært så deilig hvis vi kunne funnet opp noe sånt. Det hadde vært veldig digg.
I'm gonna be right back.
Ok. Jeg tenker også at det hadde vært veldig besparende på miljøet hvis vi fant en energitype som kunne få det til enkelt, da. Alle de flyturene man ikke måtte ta, alle bilturene man ikke måtte ta, alle butikker kunne ha sin egen lille aetheryte. Eller i hvert fall storsenter og sånn. For storsenter vil det jo lønne seg å investere i en sånn en, for da vil jo folk reise dit og handle. Så lenge du får med deg varene hjem, da. Men det hadde vært skikkelig deilig. En god måte å reise på. Fremme. Jeg håper at en eller annen Final Fantasy-fan bare finner opp de
I'm back.
Hmm?
Crazy, I see her. Beautiful prey. Fucking no. I keep at more and more I just keep joking with thought that it should leave me in the recycling area in IKEA. Cause damn it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Somebody's probably on it, Venezuela. Somebody's probably on it.
Okay, then now I need to reset my my thing.
Yeah, she's gonna be sat in the old and broken section. For
There
fixing.
was a Lalafell with a big Larry's energy that struck up a convo with me. Isa, when do we start saying things?
10 minutes maybe?
10 minutes?
5, 10 minutes?
I'll do you something, Metroid. Give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So I don't have 2 games up and running.
You don't like IKEA, Venezuela?
IKEA.
IKEA. It's so fun to say it in English. IKEA.
It is weird the way they say it though. IKEA.
Okay, do not. Why not?
IKEA.
Give us your reasoning. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of going to IKEA. I like the fact that they have a lot of stuff, but I don't like going there. Unless I know exactly what I want.
I love them.
I don't know. I was just pondering on giving you like a Christmas present once to have like a card for the lunches there.
This is Star Rail. Metroid.
Oh, you're showing off Star Rail. Is it okay if you go alone? My only way of going to IKEA is if I know exactly what I want, where it is, and I can just go and get it and get the fuck out.
Yeah, the music is super loud. Give me a moment.
Then I like IKEA because they have the stuff I want.
I love IKEA.
I just don't love
It's always
walking
so
around
crowded though, but I love them.
I mean, what was it? I lived fairly close to IKEA Furuset, I think. And I went there at 9 a.m. on a fucking Sunday. And there were people standing in line outside the door.
No, you do not customize the character, Metroid. This is the female main character, and you have the male counterpart. That's it.
To nobody's surprise, I played a male character, male MC.
Which is handsome.
Yes. He's cute.
But you see, it moves well.
IKEA for me is like, if it has what I need, then I can just go in, get it, and run away. We're good. It's not somewhere I'll go just to look for random stuff anymore. I always check. What do I need? Where is it? Can I find it fast? Yes, done.
For the record, the game is not Japanese. You can have the game in English.
Isn't the game originally Chinese? Is it Korean?
Oilverse? No, I think are they Chinese or Korean?
Oilverse? I don't remember. I wonder if it's Korean.
And this was not planned, but now you get to see how the gameplay works.
Oh yeah, by the way, Dre, I'm gonna check tomorrow if I can put drops on. And if I can, I'll probably play it tomorrow night since I'm home. And I'm not home on Thursday when I was intending to play that game. So you can lurk for drops.
Ooh.
If I can, I will try.
As usually, you can choose which attack, but you can have AoE.
Hoyoverse? Oh yeah, MiHoYo is Chinese. That's what I thought.
I still say the characters look like they were made in V, right?
Okay, that's good to know, Dragon. I wasn't sure if it was only a partner thing or if affiliates was allowed to do it as well.
I think affiliate can.
Yeah, then I'll just set them to show. If it drops well for the game you're playing, people in the chat get nice. I'll fix that tomorrow then.
Only the unaffiliate peasants can do the.
Non-affiliate can as
things,
well,
I think.
according to Dragon.
Ah.
Yeah, I'll turn my my stream day to Wednesday instead of Thursday, since I'm going to visit friends on Thursday. And that will be Star Rail. Hello, Dragon.
Okay. That looks like a corrupted Aether tower, by the way. It does.
The purple one?
It does look out like circus tower. I know it doesn't look like Final Fantasy XIV. I just took a break from it to throw Star Rail to Metroid, but I am going back to Final Fantasy. Also, hi. I am gonna move away from that. Also, you can change characters to whatever you feel more.
When I play tomorrow, I'll use
more.
the draws I have and hope for a little bit of streamer luck.
If you are in here, if you want to access the top icons, you have to press Alt and accept. Because if you release Alt, you can only move the character.
That is actually slightly better on the phone. You can just press them.
Yeah, they also all have cell phones, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that cell phone case is cute.
But yeah, almost done with pizza. Almost.
Hey. What's the notice? Of course, you have a store. You can change currency for things. I already did that earlier. You can also change for these, for those.
Yeah, MiHoYo, the ones that have Hoyoverse is Chinese.
Ah, okay. Yep. Every 10 pull guarantees a 4-star or above. So that's why they have either you can pull 1 and then this moves to 9, or you can just save them and pull 10.
Woo.
They also tell you which ones are doing. And this is about it. So if you try the game, you get the hang of it really fast.
It's one of those games that's easy to get into, and the learning curve is fairly simple, but can also be pretty deep if you want to know everything.
Yeah.
Basically Genshin and, of course, Honkai Impact. Which is the predecessor to
I still
Honkai.
like the launcher. The whole train flying to the
Oh yeah,
sky is super
that makes my
gorgeous.
phone lag though, poor thing.
You're playing this on your phone? Are you mad?
I'm playing it on both PC and phone.
I don't play this on my phone.
Because that means that I can sit on the train when I travel on Thursday and sit and play this for half an hour. Hey.
Yeah, I'm not going on this. I'm not going with this on my phone. I'm not looking into killing it.
Well, it gets warm. I'll give it that. It does get pretty warm after like an
Yeah.
hour's time.
That's why I avoid those types of games on my phone.
Very handy when I work though.
Happy to help Metroid. And even if you end deciding on playing it, feel free to add me on friends.
Yes, add both.
I'm getting a lot more used with the whole social media activity thing.
Well, that's part of your job too.
That it is. That it is. Now I can now I can put it on my Twitter profile. Lead designer at Proposal for Solutions.
Yes. And you know what? You should. Because people are suckers for titles.
That is so sad. You're right. You're right. People are so sucker for.
I mean, come on, you saw my
labels.
title, right? My work title.
No, I haven't.
Yes, I did. I showed it to you.
Wait, you did?
Yeah. When you said yours, I clipped in mine.
Oh. Didn't see it.
Let's see if we can find it again, because I don't have my work PC on, so I don't know. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Scroll, scroll. Well, it's something operational supervisor Nordics, blah 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 blah.
Supervisor. Supervisor.
You want to know what the Norwegian title is directly translated? Traffic import.
Okay, operational supervisor.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In Norwegian, it's a import medarbeider, which is basically import worker. So the English title is like super, super, super fancy.
It is.
I was like, okay. Well, I can put that in my resume.
Ah, damn it, I scratched my eye with the hand. I rubbed the spray on my arm.
Well, that wasn't very smart, was it? This is the stuff you wash off your hands. I'm gonna go get something to drink while she washes the goo out of her eyes. Be right back.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
She'll be right back.
This must be the Akin version of rubbing your eyes after shopping hot peppers. I'm an idiot! Oh. Ah, for fuck's sake. Okay. It's getting better. Worst case, I'll play the game for a while with only one eye. What is it about this spray that makes everything feel cold? Like I put my eyes in the refrigerator.
There we go. Plate tucked away and drink acquired.
That's good. I can open both eyes now. It's good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Nice.
Although the right eye is so cold. Fucking idiot.
Lol. Just waiting for Sam to get out of his little quickie.
Ah.
It's like when you know if you do the what's it called again? Chilies, and you forget yourself and you scratch your eye.
Example. This is exactly the same as the stupidity of rubbing your eyes after chopping
Chilies.
hot peppers.
Yeah, chilies. It's the same pay.
It's that in onions.
So which class are you playing today? Which job?
I don't know.
You can see what I've been put to play. It's not command well.
Where's my mode for it?
Hope you're doing well though, Dragon. Sorry for being a bit late with that.
You're welcome, Metroid. What shall I play today?
I don't know. I have Monk this week and probably Reaper next week. Because everybody wants me to play melee. Everybody wants this.
I can make polls.
I don't know how to. I've never done one. You could probably have to go into the mod section of your actual stream, not OBS.
I'm always there.
Mod view. Prediction unbanned.
I had a high school biology teacher who had a hot pepper story. It was pretty simple, really. He was chopping peppers and then he had to do a number 1 or number 2. And the story writes itself up.
Oh dear. That sounds pretty bad.
Yeah, that sounds bad. Let me see if I can do that.
I actually do like this coat though. Just Trojan.
Yeah, I don't think I can do polls. That might be an affiliate thing.
Just don't know where it is. Benesters? Since you actually created a poll for me, where is it hiding? You might remember. Session.
How to use polls.
Disperse. Suspicious, unbanned, prediction.
Yeah, how to make polls, /poll. I do not have access to that. Yeah, polls are affiliates, I think.
Okay. Oh, well, then we know.
So no, I cannot do polls to ask people what I shall play today.
Well, if nobody else comes up with a suggestion, I am gonna say Bard.
But that's been a while since I played Bard.
Hmm?
There's not a Bard outfit though.
Oh dear. Please go like that. Just please.
I need to fix the function.
Do it. Just do it.
Okay, I need a proper. Wait, what?
Can your Bard do this?
Oh, I need a bow. Maybe there's a cheap one over here. Thank you, Dragon. As well as I can.
Sam's reaction. Kill it! Kill it with fire! The reaction of our friend was basically, what in the... and then just kill it. Actually, for that costume, you know, you should use the flying machine thing, right? Aww. Like, no, boom. You're good to go?
Oh.
Oh, do that again. Do that again. Oh my god.
Wait, can I do this in the portraits?
Oh god, please do. Make sure
Can
you
I do it?
I think if you just said portrait and then if you have the bunny emote, it is.
Portraits, edit, character, emotes.
I'll just queue us up while we wait.
What is it called?
Air wiggle? Wiggle?
Oh, it doesn't appear in the emotes.
Let's see. Emotes.
I don't have it.
You've capped out the rabbits, haven't you?
Yeah.
I don't think you have all of them in the thing. Sadly. Yeah, it's air wiggle. In one word, /air wiggle. That is the stupidest thing still. I have fucking ears. I mean, why does it give me ears? Look at this. I have ears. I'm a bunny.
The clutch head. It looks like they're just jamming.
That's such a dumb thing. Somebody didn't want to go after all.
It's okay. Gives me more time on this. No!
Well, people might still pull out. I learned one thing over the weekend by trying to solo savages just to see if I could. I don't have the DPS to get past the DPS checks yet. Perfect.
I don't time. I'm gonna love it.
Waiting for it. Oh, we have to wait until the thing pops.
Come on, so can do.
Now they pop up. Let's see. Doom.
Doom, my
Whimper. Whimper. Time to fail and make a shame of every poor monk out there. I apologize.
I haven't played level 90 bard, by the way.
No? Do you think I've played 1190 monk? Didn't like ever? It's correct, I have not. What monks had a gap closer, but I can't find it.
They do.
I still can't find it. I keep pressing the wrong buttons. We're off to an awesome start.
Yeah, I was looking for it, Metroid, but it's not on the portrait things.
Sad but true. Not everything is in the portrait thing. Which is a bit of a
Yeah,
shame, really.
that's a shame. Bash.
I think the hardest part about playing like a class you never play is that you look at your buttons so much. At least
That
I
is
do.
true. It's like I have a minimum recognition of parts.
Yeah. Oops. Oh.
Ooh, fancy.
Bard has become pretty fancy. Wrong button.
Oh,
Perfectly
almost
timed.
forgot.
Save!
Say ooh.
Oh well, I guess the next weapon I will be getting from the Manderville ones is then Monk.
Oh.
I've kind of made a little deal with it, or well, a fun idea that whatever people ask me to play, I'll get the weapon for after.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is nasty. That's death. Yep. I saw that death.
Mako, no!
That is a doornail. Curse of Melee. But I figured I could like. It isn't exactly hard work to get the next stage, so it's like 3 runs of a dungeon over the weekend, and I'm good. Especially with us doing Orthos. I get quite a few of the tomes from there. So
That
it
is true.
isn't
We do get a surprisingly
surprisingly high
good amount
amount, honestly. So
of
yeah,
tones.
so when we do that, then I get that, and then next time it will be I was asked to play Reaper. I already have the Reaper weapon, so I'm gonna get the Samurai weapon. Because when Barry asked me to do the Samurai thing, I hadn't started this idea yet, so I'm gonna give that character or that job the weapon.
Oh.
Since I already have the Reaper weapon, because that was Venistoy's choice when I wondered which weapon to get. Blue times 2. I kind of feel like if any monk player saw this, they would probably die a little inside.
Okay, I have the same suspicion with me playing that.
Let's hope Barry's not watching you. I think Barry's still at work, so I think you're safe.
What happens? I think I have these for that. I do not.
Where's my gap closer? Wait, I know I need something that I haven't put in at all. Arm's length, yes. Leg sweep. Yes, bring it in. Yeah, this is just torture, to be honest. Whoever invented that this was a good idea, I don't agree.
Fancy looking AoE.
Hmm?
One of the AoEs in Bard.
Yeah, AoEs. Ugh, Bard has nice AoEs.
Layden's Bite.
Yep.
Fancy.
Bard is actually pretty fancy. For C. Okay, for C. I don't know what that up there is. This gauge. I don't think I've seen that before. Oh, well, it's gone again. I still don't know where my gap closer is. I can't find it. Oh, things are dying. That's all that matters. Did you know, by the way, Dree, that these two? I'll tell you a secret. They have a enrage timer.
Oh.
It is damn fancy, but that also tells you how bad the group was. I was like, well, what the fuck is that? And I was like, oh god, they actually have an enrage timer. Which I have never seen, not even on day one.
Fancy.
Pretty fancy, actually.
I'll have to check on YouTube.
I'm sure somebody's filmed it. It's very, very shiny. Oops. Oh, that's a dead tank.
Why is that person going so far away to the edge?
I don't know. Maybe they like keeping her there?
I guess.
For unknown reasons. Oh. Maybe I'll watch a monk guide one day. Have a peek at how it's supposed to be played.
Oh, right, mechanics.
Yes! Mechanics time! We're only gonna have one of them, I think. With how fast they're going down.
Rip.
Perfectly placed. That's a very good placement of all the melee DPS. Like, okay, as close as we can be without overlapping. I might have been slightly overconfident on the timer. Nope. Where's one? All the way up there, of course. Well, this is going swimmingly. Basically. I already possess both of those, apparently. Yep. I even have the striking boots. I have a lot of striking gear. Oh, wait. How strange. It's not like it ever drops. I think that is the gear that basically drops the most. Uh-huh.
Ah! Tap on the feet.
That is too many things under your feet, to be honest. Can't even see half the shit under your feet.
At least they have a safe spot in the middle.
Not always. They often get filled and you have to kind of like move around them and try and figure out where the fuck the safe spot actually is. Because you have all the other ones that also go say boom, and they all put their little shit in there. Mean. I basically actually only need a chest piece to have the entire striking set.
Nice.
Which I didn't know until now. But I'm not surprised, because I think we see at least 2 to 3 pieces of striking every single run. It's kind of insane. Rain of Spears. Yeah, I admit next week's raid is going to be quite nice then. I actually do know how to play Reaper to an extent.
Oh.
At least better than I know how to play Monk. That doesn't take much, for honest.
I do like Monk more than I like Sam.
Because it's more quiet?
Yeah. Specifically, doesn't that the shing? Ow.
It. Yeah, the shing from the samurai is a bit much for me too.
See. Oh, in the wrong place.
Yep.
On my way.
This is the luxury of melee is that you are fairly movable. You're not like locked to casting animations. I mean, not apart from, you know, the floor tanks. Although they are much better now than they used to be. Nope. Not risking it. Sadly, only know one way to do this. A little healer say. Poor San having to carry us scribbly around. We beat the other team. We beat team whatever.
Team A.
We weren't last. That is the only important thing. I feel like I don't have everything on my bars. Oh. Ooh.
There.
Damn anti-melee thing. Gee! This boss is very anti-melee. Somebody really... Wow.
Huh?
That was a waste of a
Wow.
limit break.
Was that a limit break 3 for...
No, limit
here?
break 2,
Right.
because we weren't at limit break 3 yet.
Oh. Why?
I don't know. All I can say, it wasn't me. As you can see, I haven't really played Monk since it actually has had positional, so I still tend to try and do the positional. Oh, we're gonna be dead. Oh no, she's gonna be dead. Ooh, that was a bit too close. But I don't need feeties. Well, I still need to do this 12 more times after this run. I want it, so I have the same amount of coins to use. Coins. I don't mind now, there's plenty of time to get those when a new raid come out and you just do this on occasion. Ah! Scary thing, scary thing. It's not scary. We do like the Omega Reaper weapon though.
Really breathing.
Mm-hmm.
Ready, somewhere? Oh.
There it is. I mean, at the end of the month, we're gonna have an 8-man raid to play with.
Month?
End of this month.
Oh.
I'm guessing around the 23rd. Because they have a live letter on the 12th. My guess is that we get like the 23rd or something like that.
Have to form my ranks then.
Aye. Still have some weeks to go though, so you should just be perfectly fine.
That's not fair.
Apparently the game thought so. Then again, when is anything actually fair? This is the only thing I like with melee, is that you're so close up that you are like in a better position to avoid a lot of those.
Sometimes.
Does require a little bit more focus to play a class you're unfamiliar with.
It makes sense though.
Mostly because like I said, I admit I don't know where anything is. I don't have like a natural feel for it. Ooh, lucky fish. Get lucky. Yes. This person has like no chill.
Pardon?
Yeah, that's the second one who used the... No, that wasn't, but like we can't reach 3, I think. It was killed too fast. Pass.
47, really?
Ending. Already have that. Maiming. Don't remember if I have that. Ending. Have that. Ending. Has that. Wow, that was a lot of ending. Jesus. That was 3 pieces of ending. Oh, I got the maiming chest piece for a Reaper.
And I got 4 fending.
Nice. Very, very nice.
I had the pet though.
Still no pet, huh? You really have no luck with your pet, to be honest.
It's the same with the starboard.
And we do this. And that.
Yeah, no, 4. That's right. Something, the boots dropped earlier.
Yeah, if you want to make sure that your portrait is up to date while you get... Okay, he actually looks very good in this.
That is
like it.
That's right.
I mean, that actually looks pretty darn good.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
I mean, apart from the ponytail. Please ignore the ponytail. Hello, Berry. How is the berry? Hopefully, Berry is fine.
Hi, Berry.
Apparently had some maiming gear lying about. The Moogle dance. I'm doing good, Barry. Oh, come on, man. You know he hasn't done that yet. He's working on being done with the Stormblood. Almost. I'm good, Barry. Thank you for asking. And I think 3 is good too, apart from her shoulder, which is not so good.
My shoulder.
Yeah, now you're gonna get to see our very own, very special friend, Kefka. He's funny. He's a lot of fun to be around. No, I'm not sure the significance to that would be a thing. Yeah, you are very correct. Let's see, that's V4. Not that version, that version. Just need to have Sun say he's good.
Maybe I should go SDPS though.
You could.
Yeah, same here, Metroid.
What?
Getting back to the sanctuary after not looking at it for months.
Back to what?
Sanctuary.
Don't know what that is.
Island.
Oh, Island Sanctuary. That sanctuary. Dear Lord. Brain. Yeah, I know, Barry. Venustois is even more over-leveled than you are. You were. But at least by the time he hits Endwalker, he'll have a gear made for him. What's the scoffing? I saw that scoff. Am I waiting for us to see if Sam has wants to say anything? I like the Nagaxian cat, it's cute. It is very Siamese.
It is.
I don't remember though, Barry. What level were you there? You were pretty high level as well. Not as bad as Venustois, but still. The little Nagaxian cat. This one. It is very bossy. And it pokes its tongue at you.
No, my tail is not for playing. Okay, you can't play with tail.
See, Nagaxian cat gets what it wants. It wants to play with tail. It plays with tail. So giving a Stormblood level 74? Yeah, I don't think Venustois is that far off it though. Not too far off. Yeah, I also did a little bit of checking for maybe she wrote all this down. Maybe one level ahead or something then. I wish she wrote all of this down as well. Yeah, I checked some stuff for our Orthos runs, and there will be more mobs that just you have to line of sight or you're dead.
Like Sean.
So it's proceed with a caution. Like the Orthos sharks. Baby shark. They weren't weird. Wasn't much baby about them. They were both big and rude. Come in herds like they did.
That ponytail.
A swarm of sharks. It's a bad thing. First altar of Dajan, but I don't remember that one. Ready to go. Time to go kick an old god. Now, anyone who's played, where is he from again? Final Fantasy 9?
No.
Kefka?
Kefka is early.
No, he's Final Fantasy 9.
Yes, he is. It's before 7.
Is he? I thought it was 9.
No,
that's Kujo. Sorry, Kujo.
Yes.
It's not that easy to remember all the names, but yeah, Kefka is early.
Final Fantasy
4?
Yes.
No. No,
It's Stack.
no, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No. No, it isn't.
That one is.
Ignore mechanics, that's what it is. There are very few mechanics we need to worry about. Mainly the knockback. One of the things I learned when I tried to solo this was that you can ignore most of the mechanics by now. It's more important to get the DPS in. Which is a little sad, but true. Oh, I don't know what happens when you're 3 on this one. Never been 3. Apart from the knockback. This is a triple knockback. Yep. Oh, it's a bit interesting to see what happens when you are more people than 2. When you've gotten kind of used to having 2 people.
I guess we'll find out.
Yep.
Get in.
No.
So you like having debuffs and shits?
That was by Bashar. Saw that happening. Huh? That was a quick change. So, meet phase 2 of Kefka. We now meet God Kefka. He has a damn shiny arena. Kinda like it. He looks downright evil though. In that form. Thanks, Dancer. Yeah, that wasn't the best thing.
Oh, you never saw this version? Well, welcome to God Kafka.
Yeah, welcome to the savage mode. I have to heal up. Preferably fast. I'll get you after he's done a mechanic here that I need to out-heal.
Okay.
Because he's gonna do that again, and if I don't get us up, we will have the debuff for 12 seconds. Shite.
Forgot to heal yourself.
No, I'm fine. I can't heal myself for 12 seconds. That's the thing. The debuff we get stops all healing for 4 to 12 seconds. If we're topped off, we get 4 seconds. If we're not, we get 12. That's why I was desperately trying to get our ass up. Yes, this is Savage Berry.
And he's being tank.
Yeah, but it is easier, isn't it? I'm waiting for the instacast to get you back up.
At that face.
Oh god, I forget he does that. That is such a bloody cheat. It takes me as a second tank. And coming. On Earth. Oh, that's badly triggered. Oh yeah, for this one, we have to be far apart when we get the second line. It's not the knockback lines that we get first, but the second set after this. And this is also like, don't hug anyone. I've only done this with 2 people as well, so... It's the next one that has the knockback and the sleep. If you get confused, you basically kill your friend if you're too close. So first knockback, then sleep. This side. Listen to dramatic music. Yeah. I like his music. Oh yeah, Barry, I forgot to ask. You can come do this as well if you want to. We can do it again. You want the little airship? Here. Because we opened this one, didn't we? We did do Kefka away from each other. Just so it doesn't double hit you, because that's gonna murder you. Only one who survives that is Sun. He's his tank. I don't know, but if we didn't, we'll just quickly do it for you as an unsync team. We'll just plow through them. If you want to, I don't mind. I don't think any of these two guys mind either.
Nope.
Nope. I'll ask Sun. I don't have him on headset. But we're just gonna have to kill this dude first. There we go. Down with you, go. Bye bye. That was very easy with 3, apart from a couple of deaths. V1 I have absolutely no control over. All for you, Dree. But yeah, I just... I am going to... maybe not this weekend, but I will be trying to learn Sigmascape V1 as well, so we can probably try and do that later. I just want to... I had Case solo it for me, basically. This is a little plane you get. And I actually quite like the... So I'm trying to learn how to do the mechanics on my own, but I need a bit of time first. I did God Kefka this weekend. I learned the mechanics, but I couldn't beat the DPS check. My DPS isn't good enough. Basically.
Yeah, it was rough.
I was very, very close as Gunbreaker, which is a DPS tank. So let's see. We'll keep the unsynced. No. See, we did.
Oh, it's ugly.
Did we do? This was the last. No, we have We have V1, right?
Wait, that's
Sigmascape. Player. Unrestricted on. And you're welcome to join us in chat if you want to. Oh yes, Shark can hear us. See, it's in here. See, they're in there. Yeah, it should be very, very quick. Just plow through them all and have him ready for the next time we end up doing silly things. Oop. Remember this one, Dree? The ghost train?
Mm-hmm. I love the ghost train.
Ah.
That's my favorite.
Murder train.
Although I am disappointed that you can't suplex it.
Oh, we won't say anything. We'll let Barry figure these things out on his own.
Although why would I love to suplex it?
I want the train. Hello, Mr. Ghost Train. It's not that long since last I saw you. I did you alone. Do we ignore mechanics? Yes, we do. Ah, poor train, it's almost dead. Oh no, that tickles. Wow, he didn't even get to do anything. Killed him too fast. Ooh, he didn't even get to pop us onto the top of the roof to go kill the chimney.
And the wagon.
And the wagon after when you almost lose your breath. Sigh. Yeah, you missed out on basically every main mechanic that was important.
That's what happens when we face full shape.
And that's when you face roll it as level 90s. One day I think I'm gonna have to try that too as Savage just to see how the train ride is.
Painful?
Hmm?
Painful.
Most likely, yes. I don't think that's gonna change the amount of DPS we have much, Barry. Your part is probably better geared. And he buffs everyone else. We'll just have to live with the fact that we have too much deeps. Yeah, we're, you know, the last of the ones where we need to have 2 tanks. You want a tank, or should I?
I can take.
Okay. It's the last one. It's not until OS 12. That's the only part we're gonna need 2 tanks just to keep them away from each other.
Yep. I think we need to do Omega.
Yeah, I think I can.
Omega again for the.
Yeah. I want to do it a couple of more times too, for more chest pieces and some of the weapons. But I will wait until
I need maiming and striking.
I will wait until Kay is feeling slightly better. Which is gonna take a while, but that's fine. Or, you know, we sit our butt down and we teach ourselves how to do it. As 2 people. That's also fully possible. I'm in for that too. Or with Char, or just not too many, because we saw what happened when we became too many.
Yes.
Too many made it harder. No. But the last one, Savage, AlphaScape V4. This one in Savage mode is actually harder with more people at 90 because you need to handle more mechanics correctly. Yeah, 5 was what the fuck? Yeah, 4 is decent. Preferably all tanks or 3 tanks and a healer. Yes, the healer will die, but you get back up again when you push the faces. So we're doing it unsynced, but I'm gonna have to find the video and sit my ass down and learn. The same with the V1. And Deltascape V4. V2 unlocked! Let's go. Oh, it's the painting room. Time to paint.
It's my room.
It's your room. No, we'll go in unsynced, Barry, but we shouldn't be more than 4. The instant we were 5, it became a mess.
It's like we can have 5 for the first part and then someone jumps off the platform.
Hey, volunteer.
I volunteer as review.
Yes. Excuse me while I make sure I turn into a Lalafell as proper tribute first.
What?
You know, you sacrifice a Lalafell.
Oh.
I'll fantasy it back after, of course. But if I'm gonna go as tribute, I better be a Lalafell. I mean, come on.
I don't think Evie could live.
Could carry Mako on her shoulders.
No.
Goddess Shadar Nook. Come on, Ghosty. Shadar Nook.
Ow.
Did you feel a tickle? I think Fan is AFK.
Yeah.
Fire resistance up. Paint the painting. Paint the painting. Not that it's gonna kill you, but you know. Flying time. Whee! Do the mechanic. Whee!
I need to paint. I forgot the brush.
You don't really need a tank for this. It's basically smack it until dead. That's the glory of unthinking these things, is that you don't really need any tank for any of it, I think, until the last one. Maybe for Mr. Larboard and Starboard, you know. Just to keep him in one direction. Weak. But it's good. It is kind of fun to see the old raids again. I admit that. Wonder if you can unsync in for Bury after. 80? Might be slightly rougher.
Weird, but maybe.
I think some of the last ones might be tricky, especially the last one where you get split into 2 groups and you have to kill the thing on its platform. That might be a bit tricky, but I don't know. I haven't tried. But I mean, if we have 4 people, finding a normal group for it shouldn't be that bad either. Get all the stuff opened and unlocked. Then we do it for Venus later, when he finds time for it. Alexander and Omega, Edenverse. And eventually, of course, the 90 dungeon. We might actually just open that the usual way. And do it while it's still not, well, basically current content, but yeah, at least the last one. And then Venus is also good to go for 7.0. I think that's gonna be a summer release again. That's my guess. So in a year from now, we're probably gonna have 7.0-ish. Little over a year. It's gonna be interesting. It's only 12 weeks until the FanFest in Las Vegas, after all.
I'm fine.
I know. But in those 12 weeks, it means that we are in August. I think. Yeah, that's about right. Yep. 3 months from now. It sounds so much longer if you say 3 months. Or 4 months. 4 months, actually. 4 months sounds way longer. So I think it's 16 weeks. Still. Yes, that will be the first of the FanFests, and then we get the European FanFest, and then finally the Japanese FanFest. Do you remember if it's at the European or the Japanese where they actually give you the date? I think it's one of them.
I don't remember.
Because I know it's not the American one, because they kind of have the least, because it's the first one. My guess for the American one is that we get the first video that will have 3 parts and get more and more telling. We'll get to see the female Rothgar. We'll get to hear more about the updates they're doing to the game and like general the usual stuff from there. And then at the European FanFest, we'll see the first job. And the second video that is longer than the first video and shows more. And then I can't remember, and I don't think the date is until the Japanese one. So they have like their specialty as well. We'll see. I'll try and stream FanFest if I can.
Okay.
Just sit and comment what we see. We'll have FanFest watch time. European one is of course the one we will see the most of because it's our time zone. And unlocked. Oh.
Might be my last one though.
Okay, we'll keep on going. Oh, it's this one. Will you return afterwards, or are you resting your shoulder?
I think so.
Hmm?
Not for streaming, but yes.
Okay, so for some orthos later, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then I'll just... I know that, so I will just plan around. Wait for you to returneth, and we will orthos. Oh, I remember I hated this one so much. Damn squid. The fun part is when you see it again, you recognize like mechanics we've seen in dungeons later.
Yes.
It is fun. Look at Barry just going in. It was fun to solo this as a tank though. It took a bit of time, but it was still fun. Ooh. Boom.
Boom, baby.
Hi. What are we getting? Okay, look, squid. Oh, damn it. Which corner is he popping in? We might actually ever face skipping like mad. We're basically just face skipping everything. Woo. Oh, this one we should maybe do. Just not to get so many ads, it's annoying. Oh. Well, that was a lot of skipping of faces. Yeah, when we're 490s against the 70 dungeon, it basically just goes rip. Which is easy. I mean, I did it solo on my alt, and it took a while, but I was never in danger of dying either. On the normal ones, it's the savage ones that get tricky. Often because of mechanics. Not the damage, not the fact that things hurt, but mechanics that specifically fuck you.
Right. I'm gonna hop off.
Yep, we'll see you a bit later then.
Maybe.
Hop out of team as well, just so I don't have to kick you.
Bye.
Bye. Hydrate? We shall hydrate. Thank you, thank you. And a stretch. Stretchy. For instance, as you saw if you saw Kefka, he has a cast that takes you down to 1 HP. And he gives you a debuff that makes you incurable for anything between 4 to 12 seconds. If you're on full health, you only get 4 seconds of that debuff. If you're not on full health, you get 12 seconds of that debuff, and you have to use things that kind of shield you and take damage for you. So, for instance, for a warrior, you have bloodletting, or bloodwetting. Is it bloodwetting? While for this one, you have Keratrol, Paima, and Diagnosis. Because it's nullifying damage. So it keeps you going until you can heal yourself again. Yeah, bloodwetting. For Gunbreaker, you need to time your use of... my brain doesn't work that way. Brutal Shell, so that Brutal Shell pops up when that happens. That keeps you safe. But you also need to make sure that you're on full health. because 12 is bad. Paladin can keep themselves up fairly easily from what I understood. Not quite sure what they... Oh yeah, they used the Holy Sheltrum. Because you take very little damage. I think that's the one, or... That just reduces damage taken. They have something. Everything has something that can mitigate it. V4! Well, time to meet normal Kefka then. Gunbreaker combo shield? I think maybe yes. But I know for Gunbreaker it's enough to just keep Brutal Shell up. And it will keep you alive. Hello Kefka, we're back. Although you're not gonna change this time around, you're just gonna stay your silly self. I still want to try and do some of them. Kefka, my boy. I banged my head against him so many times solo, just because I was stubborn. But I failed the DPS checks. After I learned the mechanics, I just simply failed the DPS checks. So basically I'm just not good enough. Yeah, he does these things. I mean, compared to when we did the horses with you, you can see that it goes slightly slower. Raven image. Still does knockback, people. Just doesn't do as long a knockback. Become kind of over cautious after playing the slightly harder version. I'm dead. It goes a bit slower when you're 3 than 4 as well. That's that one. Then we hop into the Alpha Skip. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah. Okay. Well, You want to do a God Kefka though, or do you need to do foods immediately? Well, wait. Yeah, you heard. You heard. We can do a quick God Kefka. If you know, yeah, because you can unlock it, I think, without too much fuss, but you have like a million cutscenes, don't you? Yeah, but he has to go through all of the cutscenes first. Before that opens. And if he has to sort out foods, he has to sort out food. I remember those cutscenes as being fairly long. Yeah, they're very, very long. Very interesting though, but also very long. Yeah, that's fine. Fine, Barry. And you can poke us if we're not in Orthos or something, or another day, just poke, right? We'll get through the rest. There is only the two last cannot be two-manned. I mean, I think well, maybe the last can be two-manned, but the second to last, we need at least 3 or 4 people to do a mechanic, even on normal mode. So, Shar, shall we do a alliance raid while we just hang here, for instance? For some slacky fun? Sorry, Barry, we're just gonna boot you out. Reaper, yes, go Reaper. His tail annoys me. And take off unsignature for now. And alliance raid for the loot. So we can upgrade our monk fist. Oh, we can already upgrade our monk fists. We'll do that after this then. Well, for the next weapon. For next week's weapon, we're already starting the gathering. Which will be a samurai weapon, which is actually pretty cool. Quite like it. Oh, yes. popped. Nice. See what we get. That's always the question. Get something very easy and fast, or if you get something newer and still fast, or if you get like the in-between where it's not that fast. Wonder how many of these you've opened up the Venezuelas. Ugh, this is not that fast. Well, it can be fast depending on. The main reason we get this one, just the crystal one, okay. Well, we have quite a few to handle then at some point in time. Like the near raid, which we still, I think, don't think Barry's done the near raid, but I'm not sure. Which is still one of my absolute favorite raids. Oh, that's one dead. One death already. These are the Void Arc line. The thing I remember most about this one is, well, this boss tends to kill quite a lot of people with some of its mechanics. And the last boss actually hits like a fucking truck on your tank. This is what kills a lot of people. You don't stand where the ice drops, it's dead. No, none of the raids are. It's just the R ones for story reasons that I'm not gonna yell highly about what it is. You'll have to find out on your own. You'll understand why they became part of the MSQ eventually. They weren't, for instance, when I started. They weren't in Heavensward either. They only became part of the Woohoo! No. The MSQ in Shadowbringers. And when you get there, I'm pretty sure you will understand that why it's part of the MSQ now. Please, oh yes, nice, dispel done. This is from Heavensward. This is a 24-man from Heavensward. Part of the long raid series of Sky Pirates. Oh yeah, we will absolutely. Here we go. I am in for doing all of them at some point. So that's not gonna be an issue. Let's see, you have, for this is the Heavensward one, as I said. Then you have Rabanastra, is the Stormblood one, where you currently are. For Shadowbringers, it is see. Can we remember which one the Shadowbringers is off the top of my head? Yes, but story-wise, we are Slayers of Bahamut regardlessly, really. Yeah, Yorha. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Char. The Shadowbringers is the Yorha. Yeah. Because we are survivors of the Cataclysm. The Umbral something something, basically. So we are known as Bahamut Slayers for some reason. I think that's why, at least. Somebody explained it to me that way. Although we didn't slay Bahamut back then either. We only... we were only sent away. It's in the very first intro, where you see we get ported. We get ported from, well, the end of A Realm Reborn, the end of Final Fantasy XIV to Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. We get ported from an age. We're old heroes. And I believe that's why they call us Bahamut Slayers, even if you haven't done Bahamut's questline. Which we also should do, by the way. That is a questline you should do. And yes, and you have the Yorha raids, which is of course the crossover with that franchise, which we love. Yeah, it's whoa, where are you going? Okay, safe. Especially if you should also watch the first one for actually Final Fantasy XIV. You will see that we are very young. Warrior of Light is very, very young. Basically a kid. Which is kind of fun to see. Yeah, we have the Yora crossover, and of course then you have the latest one, which is the Yorfa sign. We play with the gods. Should be fire. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch it though. Oh, people, if you don't know what you're doing, don't touch it. Stop it. Seriously? People need to stop fighting over that thing. That's annoying. Yeah, it's quite a lot of content to do. Lots and lots of shiny things to do. I like his laugh. Yes, there's very... Oh, it's a lot of German. Hey, Dad. I think one of the first times I did this after it was like current content, when I first got this one in the roulette, it was like, what? How on earth do we do this? Jesus. And went in as a healer and I had completely forgotten how hard it actually hits the tank. And so had basically every tank in the history book as well, because everyone was shocked when they just like one-shot tanks, and I was like, what the hell? I don't remember this being that bad. Did you manage to decide on that tank though, Venus Dice? Or are you waiting until you get there? Ultima. Well, copy of Ultima anyway. Boom. I quite like this encounter. It's very different. Like a mini-boss encounter without really being a mini-boss. Probably a warrior. Yeah. I actually found some more videos after finding that video for you. I found some that actually explained how to improve myself as a gladiator paladin thing. So I'm watching that to learn to be better. And then I find myself being slightly tempted back to Mr. DPS tank, which is if you like, it's also a thing though, if you actually like the melee DPS feel, Gunbreaker is very much just that. Just that you're a tank. Maybe that's what I should play for you. On one of the 24 maps you can see how Gunbreaker is. Gunbreaker is very, very active. Oops. Oh, my. Gunbreaker. I love Gunbreaker. It's just that I've played Paladin for so very, very long. You get so fucking addicted to clemency in a crisis situation. But it's always like the wobbling between Gunbreaker and Paladin for me. It's always been that. Tank needs to go get that. Please have a tank go get that. I don't want to tank him again. Really don't like tanking him. And he should not be that close. Them close is bad. That's another one where you don't want them close. You're not so sure anymore. I'm sorry. Well, the thing is, let's be honest. Warrior is easy. Easy to grasp, easy to manage, easy to get decent at. You have a ton of self-healing at the moment. You know, all jobs might change. They're very, very, especially for dungeon running and stuff, they're extremely easy to keep alive as a healer. A well-played Gunbreaker is also extremely easy to keep alive in any case. And they have a severely high DPS. They're also the more complicated class to play, literally. They basically have a DPS mechanic. It's the cartridge system. It builds up in a way that is very, very DPS-like. I'll show you. I'll do a dungeon as one, and I'll show you what I mean. I have a feeling, Venusaur, that you're gonna be just like Barry. You're gonna reach 90, and then you're gonna start joining Barry for the harder stuff, and then you're gonna end up being a Savage Raider as well. Just a feeling. I'm gonna join Barry and the other high-end people. Oh, that is my guess. We will. You will keep it in the back of your mind, and we will see if I'm right. A lot of them are very, very complicated, but it is, and even I know this because I've seen a lot of people doing the mechanics. For instance, I used to watch my FC do it. And after a while of just watching them, I slowly learned the mechanics myself. So I kind of realized that when this happens, I would have needed to be there, or I would have needed to be there. Now, I will give it that I am very slow. I'm not a Savage Raider, but you could learn to see the mechanics, and you might find it fun. I don't think Barry thought he would be doing Savage already as well, but here he is, and here he's doing them. Fairly easy peasy. Oh look, dead person. Hello, look at the moon. I love this moon. There's a big moon. And it's like a fucking train. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. FF8 in lamp flashbacks. Yes, FF8, I mean. They really do give that flashback. Diabolos. Then again, for instance, the first time you see... the first time we saw this 24-man, just as an example. Oh man, did we die until we figured out the mechanics. Like, what killed me? I don't get it. That's also one of the things I really do enjoy with the normal mode stuff, is that people don't get, you know, super annoyed or angry with learning. And as long as you can like get a group for that with Savage as well, that are okay with it taking a bit of time, but also, you know, you have progress, because no progress gets frustrating. Everyone understands that, even me. Oh, I believe it's a lot of frustration in it. I mean, when you see the race for first, when they have never seen any of the mechanics before, you notice that things go shite very fast. So we'll see. See on the last 8 man how they do. And of course they just put in an ultimate. I don't think we get another ultimate this expansion. Omegascape Ultimate. I actually saw, this surprised me. I saw a group of people advertise while I was just standing around that they were selling clears for ultimates for actually in-game guild. That's the first time I've seen. I've seen a lot of like pay us money and we'll clear for you. But that was the first time I saw anyone actually come in with, if you have guild, you can have clear. And I was like, well, that's new. They did that in World of Warcraft. I remember that. I do remember people selling some very special stuff in World of Warcraft for the simple reason that I bought it. After trying for quite a long time to get gold, we got silver, but we never got gold. I ended up paying them for gold runs out of my gold pocket. They made it seem exceptionally easy. Even though you knew it was anything but. Oh, now he's gonna hit like a fucking truck. I'm so happy I'm not tanking this. He's also immune for the first while. He has a very hard shield around him. And you don't want to be in front of him, basically. That one is a tank buster and it comes fairly often. You can see the tank. That was over half of the tank's life. Now, I will admit, as somebody who's been drooling at the T-weapons since they came out, it was tempting. I mean, I do have 500 and something million. I could always spend 150 million, right? I won't, but you know. Okay, you're gonna die. So if I was to say I wasn't tempted, I'd be lying. Because the T-weapons are the coolest ones for me. But I won't. For a very simple reason. If I really want the T-weapons, I don't want to earn them. By actually setting my ass down and learning the damning counter perfectly. Not that I will ever manage, but if I was to get one of those, that is what I want to do. I know you has T-weapon. I am envious. I know the Yu has them. And I have to admit, I know exactly which I want the most. And it's actually not the Paladin one. It's Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker looks damn awesome. Actually, all of them look very, very good, but apart from Dancer, sadly. Of course, Sage doesn't have any. I wonder how Sage actually affects that thing. Well, you know, you might want to come and stand on everyone else. Yes, it's good. Oh, that went so much better than the last time I was here. That was really very nice. Get some old gear. Don't really want anything else, because we have it. There we go. Now Wednesdays won't be right back when I was gonna show him. No, I almost said Savage, but no. Dawnbreaker. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. All my little thieving ones. Didn't mention the horror that is Dark Knight? No, of course not. I'm tempting him to play a tank, not shooing him away from a tank. Come on. Don't want to scare the guy off. And Dark Knight isn't that bad. It's just not as good. I'm sorry. I am the sorries. Well, we wait. We can do the other one that gives the most things. Oop. Yeah. It's like... It's hard to explain why, but it feels like it just lacks that little touch of extra, right? Just a bit sad because it's a very... Well, let's just call it an edgy class, right? Ah, the Blackest Night. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And Oblation isn't exactly the king of the hill. Wee, salty. Salty earth. Like, I'm torn between this and the Paladin. Those are my two favorite tanks. And I think it kind of has been since Gunbreaker came out. And of course, you have the famous, the only shield class, Paladin. The only tank in the entire game with shield. Gunbreaker is a lot of fun. Lots of boom indeed. The biggest safety point of... I mean, you don't actually use Clemency much unless there's a huge ass situation where everything goes to shits. The fact that you can do this... If your healer dies, it's kind of handy. Unbreaker bullet to the head and a misclick. Aww. And of course, hallowed ground is perhaps the most overpowered thing in the world. Compared to a lot of other stuff. Maybe we should have not signed up as 2 DPS though. It takes a little time. We have time. Improvisation. The healing of magic barriers nullifying damage. That's pretty handy. And the regen. Can't would use it very often though. And this is still like one of the flashiest classes or jobs. Only beaten by the you'll see what I mean. This is like the shiniest job I know of. I mean, it is hard to get more shiny than this. Yes, but that's a limit break. This isn't even a limit break. This is just a general casting sequence. Right? This is like your general cast sequence. Yeah, RP Reaper Swirly can be kind of fun as well. Be very, very whirly. Yeah, Astrologian is like the shiniest shit that touched the earth. If I liked it for better for healing, I'd probably use it as a healer, but I never got comfy with the new changes. And Sage kind of took over. It is also quite shiny in its own way, to be honest. Just not as shiny. This is taking too long. Horde. Oh, he wants a healer now? Well, fine, he can have a healer. I got bored. Been a while since I healed a 50 dungeon though. Could be interesting. Could also get like an 80 dungeon. Or a 70 dungeon. And we got this one. Well, this one is piss easy, so that's fine with me. Oops, wrong chat. Ooh, new Reaper. Hard mode. This is such calm music for a dungeon. I like it. But yes, as you can see by now, this is like... Remember this one? Ah. The library. One thing I remember when I was leveling Sage, and I always forgot to use Caratrol. Kind of basically grown on me in the years. More. Kind of get used to that. It's actually a very, very powerful tool. Yes, we have a very new person who definitely does not know the mechanics. The mechanics. Incoming books, dead boss. I really do like the library. It's very pretty. Messy on occasion, but still very, very pretty. Still think the class I think is the scariest to play at first is healer. Because basically, even though the tank is also responsible, the life of the group kind of hangs on you, as you're the one who heals them. Yeah, I did start as a healer because I was used to it from World of Warcraft. At least I know the one healer I will tell everyone to use. Sage. Always Sage. Forever and always. My little shield healer. Boom, boom, boom. Incoming hand. Son. Let me pull you. I was ready to pull you to me there. Not opposite color land. I would advise it. It's this to me is like by far the easiest to just heal with. It's a very, what's it called again? Preemptive type of healer, which I actually just love. So you can, when you learn mechanics, you can preemptively deal with a lot of them by shielding up in front. See if they do the full pull. Just do this pull. Ah, they do the full pull. Come on. Yes, I'm in for it. No? Fine with me. The full pull here is over to the statues over there, which pulls another group. It is fully doable, but tank has to be comfortable with it. I'm kind of I'm an understanding tank and I'm an understanding healer because I play both myself. And it's very easy to feel uncomfortable with playing either. If you get, for instance, told to pull too big and you're not comfortable with you being able to do that, then don't. Same with the healer. If you have a tank that just goes in and pulls like you've always healed, and maybe it's your first time there, it's a bit scary. So if I see there's a new healer or if there's a new tank when I do in my group, then to ask, as a tank, I ask, are you comfortable with the big fat runs? Huge pulls, pull until we just stop on our own, or do you want to try a medium pull? And if I'm the healer and it's a new tank, I say that they are free to pull as much as they want. And if they think they can pull more but they're not quite sure where to go, they can just follow me and I'll stop where Where the normal tanks stop. I don't want to force anyone to play out of their comfort zone because nobody likes to play out of their comfort zone. And then I'm not in that much of a rush. I love this last fight. All of the little shiny things we get to do. And it's an owl, which is fun. Oh, this is the one where you get the earthquakes and the little imp things and then the big fat meteor that goes boom in your face if you don't hide. Remember? Going up. Oh, that was important. Tornadoes into the darkness. If not, you get pushed up into the air like he did. And it's a property of imps. You don't want to be an imp when they cast that one. And now we get the big bad. You remember this, dude. Hello, Behemoth. And dead. Easy peasy. Nah. Boop. Alright, let's show off the Gunbreaker then. Okay. After Sun makes a quick sandwich. I'll try my best to show you what I mean with the fact that it's a DPS tank. Oh, you know what we're gonna do first? We're gonna do a quick I need some monk weapons. Low level monk weapons to put on while we get the shiny ones. While Sana is making a sandwich so we don't cap. That would be sad. Ah, Limsa, always busy. Ah, there is crafted. And we're just gonna buy the very, very cheapest. The also nicely named thing when you're Norwegian. And then we swap back to the monk. Got the Radsat Han. And we glam. Probably. And we swap weapons so that we look like a complete scrub. There we go. Well on our way to our next one. We pop here. Next Mander level. You hand over the Chondrite. And a bit of handiwork and some sweat. Literally some sweat. We got ourselves weapons. Of course, they do their usual blah 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 blah, and we can actually just skip that blah blah bye bye. Yes, we've heard this before. Thank you. Goodbye. We're well-oiled Manderville or something. We put them on. And of course, you also have to remember, whenever you change like the smallest itty bitty things of your gear, you have to resave this. It's very silly. Yep, we have the ultimate Mandy weapons for now. They are quite nice though. Dragon heads. It's very, very fancy when you run. So that's another one done. Another one down. How many do we have? Pick up these. Fan sent me some. It's for crafting later. I'm guessing they're gonna be used again, so. See, how many do we have now? We like the Dark Knight. This one is done. The Lancer is done. The Knuckles are done. That's next in line, the Samurai weapons, because next week we'll play Reaper. The ninja weapons are done. The bow isn't done. The gun, that one's done. The Black Mage, the Summoner, Rapier, Red Mage, White Mage, Scholar, and that's it. Not that many left. Might actually end up with all of them before the next step, I guess. As long as it's just farming tomes, it's not exactly hard. The fun part about the Gunbreaker is that it is a pure Final Fantasy job. From what I know, it is an original Final Fantasy job. Basically from 8 and 13. I mean, Paladin, you know, from D&D. Dark Knight, you know, from other places. Warriors, we know. From other games like D&D and stuff, but Gunbreaker, I do believe, is a Final Fantasy basically exclusive job. Which I think is kind of fun. And I do also like this weapon. Even if, of course, this glam that I'm using right now is made for the Paladin, so it's not perfect for the other classes. Because this boot should be white and you should have wings. The wings we could sort, I think. The feet would be harder. For the simple reason that they are actually Animus ones, aren't they? Yeah, Animus, Chivalrous, Soulrats. They're very typical for Paladin. And this is the headgear here is also Paladin. Trying to remember if I have to see if I can find one that looks generally like this, but would fit for all my tanks. And the shield is also an old one. The shield and sword. It is the yeah, Etir. That's the Heavensward, I think. Yeah, this is the Heavensward. The Heavensward version of the Mandible weapon. The legendary weapon chain. And you have the healer equivalent is... I think I have the Scholar book on me. Yeah. Is this one? This is the first relic I ever got. And it's the Scholar relic. There, better. It was basically the first relic I got my little paws on. When I started to play, I played as a white mage, and then I swapped the Scholar because I couldn't heal as white mage. So it ended up being Scholar that got it first. I did also get the white mage one, but that was after it much later, which is this one. This is also the first relic. And then I do think I have it in here. Can't put away the originals. Yeah. Though that is... Yeah, Anatea Eureka. Oof. Bellepron Eureka. There's a reason why I said I would never do it again. I can show you what it looks like. This is Stormblood. Yeah, this is Stormblood's relic, the only one I made. It is decent. It's not too bad. No, sorry. I put them away, See? All good. All is good in the world. You didn't see them. That was a long ass farm that I hated. I don't have Shadowbringers weapons any higher than the first 2 phases. Because then they forced us into their next version of Eureka and I just went, nope. Yeah. We can do that after this run. We'll have you show off some of the Shadowbringers one, because you have them. I do not. I'm just gonna show Venustois the Gunbreaker. Boom. Max, Deerkeep, War, Bard, and Salmon Gunbreaker. Well, we've looked at all of them and after this then. I love the second version of the Gunbreaker though, which really looks like a very nice sword. Although this also looks like a very nice sword. Like, but the fact that they have taken like the effect that they have on a slight resemblance of the Omega ultimate effect is pretty cool. The Ultima weapons also have this, like the swirly little whirlies. And Red Mage. Jesus, you farmed a lot of them, son. Yes, you are a mad sod. As you say, oi, Nutter. Wait time as a tank? Really? As a tank in need, I still have wait time? How rude. Rude. Rude, I tell you. Let's see if we can remember how to do this properly. Should I have that there? Probably. Cat's like, can I climb that gunbreaker sword of yours? Can I? Really, game? Come on. Return of Sun. Come on, game. Let us in. If there's any food that fits. I know. Not too much black. Also gonna be too much of a different color. Maybe. Don't really like how they look. Nope. Again, no. Nah. Absolutely no. Not sure. I think they'll end up being the wrong color again. Yeah, they don't match the black in the other. Oh, come on, come on, Q. Come on. No, no. Nope. I'm very, very picky when it comes to things. I want them to look like the ones I have on me, but that's not easy. Game? Seriously? I'm a tank? Let me in? This is rude. I was a tank in need. I'm still a tank in need. Why aren't you needing me? Game is being very unneedy. I know, riot. But it doesn't say that, it just says tank. Does this mean I should kidnap a berry to heal? That's what I'm hearing? Ah, there. What? Please don't be the first one. I've done that so many times lately, I'm bored with it. Yes! Nice. Okay, let's go. Speed tanking time. Yeah, Aurora is what I use between longer pulls. One, because it pulls aggro. It helps me keep my aggro up. And it keeps me healed mid. This is the newest thing that we have. Kind of gives us a little bit extra. I'll give it that the old rotation was very boring. You did this, you did Demon Slice, Demon Slaughter, and then you had that one, and not exactly the most interesting combination, let's give it that, right? This is basically our bread and butter heal. The Aurora is very handy. Which one is not on me? This one. The Heart of Conundrum is a very, very big heal. And if you feel like you're a little bit on the iffy end, you can start bringing up your Brutal Shell. Now we can show off the tank, the fun tank rotation. The Fang rotation. Ugh, I love this tank. Ooh. This is what I mean by it playing a lot like a DPS. See, this is the gauge system. You hate this boss? Really? Why? Oh, they give you nightmares? Oh, I'm sorry. Too many tentacles. Yeah, I really like the gauge system. That's the gauge system. Which is what I'm saying is a lot like a DPS system, for honest. Now they're hard to read, yeah. They don't kill me anymore, so I don't really care. Especially when tanking is like, I don't give a shit. But yeah, after the new change, you kind of wanna... You don't really want to just one spend them if there's more than one thing. Kind of want to get up to this, because it's actually quite good DPS. Here we go. It's gone. They are hard to read sometimes, and sometimes I just misread them completely and go straight into all of them and go, oh well, can't really kill me. It's good. So this is Bloodfest. This fills up 3 cartridges to your little fun part. Go, 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 go. Let's use both this one. But in my opinion, this is a very easy tank to play. Also not as easy, because if you want to maximize your DPS, you're gonna have to learn how to play it properly. Which of course means that I am not your best guide. We have 1 gouge, not too bad. Yeah, you get very used to it after a little while. Once you get all your cooldowns down and you get very comfortable with it. For instance, now you need to do 1 more. You need to pull off this one. Then you have single target, which is smack it in the face. To me, at least, this feels like the most melee DPS tank. Ah, we can do our correct opener. Oh, lovely. Not really our correct opener, we're just doing a opener. There you have the brutal shell again. Takes a very good cooldown. Both heals you and puts a barrier on you. Every time I do this, my brain goes, why am I not a Gunbreaker main? And whenever I go to the Gunbreaker, hey there, Nor, how are you doing? My mind goes, why am I not a paladin again? Ah, the indecisiveness of a tank. How are you doing, Nor? Everything good? Just showing off Gunbreaker to Venezuela. I've been okay. There's a spot. Still kind of debating how if I should do the beta of Diablo 4 coming up, not on stream, but just to do it because I think I saw it had another bonus thing, but I'm not sure. Yeah, mount. That we didn't get from doing the earlier beta as far as I remember. But then again, my memory is, as we know, complete and utter shit. Here. Yes, come here, babies. It was on the... what's it called again? There was a little YouTube video that said it showed a wolf that we've seen before, and then it also showed a mount that I don't remember having seen before. Of course, me not remembering having seen shit before doesn't mean that we haven't seen it before. It's new. It's new. Is it gonna have to try? Also, kind of to see if the Necro is nerfed. Yeah, I only just saw it and was like, wait, I haven't seen that mount. This is how I would play my, help the healer a little. Can just weave in the occasional, so you get your AoE and then use the AoE. So the mount is apparently new. Which makes me want to say that I'll probably spend some hours in it again. My brain's suddenly thinking, wait, there wasn't somebody new here, was there? As I pressed the jump button straight into battle. Oops, that was completely the wrong button. That should not be there. Oh, such a mispress. Oh, by the way, that is how you scare the living shit out of a new healer. If you're wondering. Super Bolide basically drops your health to 1 and makes you invulnerable for a while. The thing is that the healer needs to heal you up. So that generally scares the living hell out of a new healer who's never seen it before. Even if you say, I'm going to use Super Bolide, have your heals ready. It's like, say what now? So Rip, Savage, Abdominal Tear, Wicked Talon, High Gouge, and then Hypervelocity. Yeah, I really do think that this plays very much like a DPS at time. Green, go to orange. Ah, yeah. You become accustomed to it. after a little while. I never got comfortable with using it when I played this as my main tank. Because I felt like if my health is that low, then how is my healer gonna get me back up? But then I realized, of course, that me using it gave the healer the time needed to get to get me back up. But of course, you've had the moments when you did Super Bolide as the White Mage, of course, pulled up their benediction, which means that you basically ate their entire benediction for no reason whatsoever. Which makes you feel bad. And now I kind of miss my gunbreaker. Oh well. That's just the way things are. What did you think, Venustois? Okay, let's show off the... If you're showing it. Yeah, it's a good tank. Then again, this is what I like about Final Fantasy. All the tanks are actually good tanks. There you have the Stormblood relic. That's the Dark Knight. Oh, sorry. Shadowbringers. Still not sure what I think of it with the weird thingies. Yeah, well, understandable. It's a shit thing. Sorry. Still I'm not sure what I think about the crystal things, but oh well. It is very purple. Purple makes everything better, right? Just don't quite understand the crystal shards. So yeah, that's Dark Knight. Very shiny. Very Dark Knight, very edgy. Now you're even more uncertain, I'm sorry. But it still stands though that all tanks are good tanks in Final Fantasy. Basically, it comes down to what you like. That is actually, I think, my favorite weapon from Shadowbringers. The Gunbreaker one. I like the very glowy edge. Again, I don't quite understand why they needed to put the silly shards on it. It's prettier without. Other than that, it's nice. Will I ever get it? No. I will not. I only have like the second version of it. And Warrior. That's the first one, isn't it? Yeah, that's the A Realm Reborn relic. The Warrior relic. I still think that is pretty cool. And yeah, that's the Shadowbringers one. Again, with the shards. And I again say it would look better without. That's me. It does look like it has a flame inside, which is cool. And Samurami. That is a cool sword. Again, it kind of looks like it's almost breaking apart. And for me, the crystals makes a little more sense on this because they're kind of protecting your hand. Yep, it's looking nice. Nice. Ah, Bard. This is for you to see, Barry. I don't like it, but... No, I still don't like it. I don't... That weapon I just do not get. I have to admit that. It is just very strange. You like the colors? Yes, the colors aren't bad, but the general look... Yeah, not my style. Not that the Mandrabil does either. No. Mandrabil bow is special, isn't it? And Red Mage. See, again, if it... I know what these are. They're supposed to protect your hand. The crystals. But I still think it would be better without and just have the little floaty thing be crystals. Other than that, it's a nice hot poker to poke some people with, you know? Poke, poke, poke. Like, rod. It looks hot enough to poke somebody with it. Ah, the Mandrivel bow I don't have. I don't have that fully made yet. I only have the base version. Very oh, I have it glammed. Never mind. Ah, not surprising. Ooh. Flamey. That's actually a little bit hurtful on the eyes. Yeah, that's the Stormblood one. Partly done. And like I said, this is the Heavensward one. I think I have one more Heavensward weapon. I think I only got 2 done. Yeah, that one. Canops Lux. That is also a Heavensward one. Oh, I also have the Scholar weapon, apparently. Let's have a look. I don't remember them. Yeah, that's the Heavensward one. That is the most Dark Knight weapon of all the Dark Knight weapons possible, if you ask me. Let's see, we had Scholar. Yep. That's the Scholar Heavensward. Not the biggest fan of this one. Like, you have your own winged shield that rotates ever so slowly. And then you have the Astrologian one, which was I quite like this. Even though it's pink, it's all hell. It at least knows exactly what it is. It's a pink ball. With pink balls. It's just very, very pink. It's basically pink. It's your favorite color. Well, Tree is gonna have to call it a night. Her shoulder's gotten worse, and I told her she's not allowed. Yeah, it's a nightlight. That's exactly what it is. So she's not returning for us, sadly. So there won't be any Orthos. The question is, what to do then? Oh, that's I do like the Mandrabil one though. I find that very nice. I think it's one of my favorite Mandrabil weapons. Has its own little flower crown. It depends, Barry. Do you want to continue doing some more old stuff? Or are you doing other stuff? Of course, Sage has only one. As it's a new class, you don't have any old weapons. Sad but true. Put them back, all of them. And there you go. Go in there as well. You can go in there. You can go in there. Go back in there. Building drift. I think those are it. You're hunting S ranks in between Duolingo? Alrighty then. Let's see. Then I have the only options I really have is to... I think I'll log Dashi then. And after getting snacks, I'll do his dailies and his run. You're free to come along if you want to, Char. I'm just going to do PvP, the daily run for leveling, and then we can do your first sign. Maybe Barry wants to join for your first sign, who knows, right? If he needs to do that. Make something more to eat? Yes, you do that. So we're gonna do this and swap to the elf thing. I mean, we could always end it with getting him a silly mount as well. One last visit to Kefka. When in doubt, get a tiny plain mount. But before that, we're gonna give the cat his snacks and grab me some snacks and some more to drink because this is very, very empty. Well, now it's very, very empty. Are you hunting S ranks for the achievement or something else, Barry? Floppy floppy. We're almost at level 90 red mage. Almost. Yet not quite. And I don't think this will push us to 90, so I think we're gonna need a PvP. I mean, there isn't that many jobs left before this one has all 90 as well. Goes fairly fast. Oh, this is the crabs. That's right. The crabs. Oops. That was completely the wrong button. But it's fine. Now we did it again. I'm so out of training on the red mage. Just gonna quickly do this, at least at 3 first, and then we'll go, before Boss Cat comes in here and tells me off, I'll go get him his treats. Yeah, this is the mount from one of the Omega runs, the first one. I am still trying to learn all of it. I want to be able to do it myself. A little bit out of stubbornness, I guess. But as you can see, yes, Red Mage is also a very shiny class. It's like on level with the other said shiny class. Oh yeah, we're going there. Should the wolves do I actually have? So that's also something I want to do on this one. Kind of want to get him all the wolves because I really do like them. I think he has 4 of them. Yep. Ah, yeah. Well, that makes sense. And free teleports. Yes. Free teleports are always a good thing. Alright, it's this one. Don't know who thought that this was a good idea. Also don't know who would actually be fooled by this little costume. Did I get all the birds? I don't remember. I think I did. I mean, basically everyone knows that this isn't a god, right? Just be kind. Oh, yeah, they were. 99999 is like the maximum. The max you can have. Do I have all the birds? I don't think I have all. No, I don't have all the birds either. What is this? I've been slacking bad. Well, I guess I know what I'm gonna have to try and get done then. Get myself all the burbs. When I'm done with everything else I want to do. I like doing too much stuff. Don't even think I've done all the horses. But then again, this is an alt. So it's a little bit that. This is just an alt. They don't really need everything. I say, as I want to give him everything. I did say that when it came to all of the jobs as well. I don't need all jobs on 2 characters. Well then. Well, I kind of kept to it because I don't have Blue Mage. I don't have all jobs. That counts, right? I think it counts. So as long as I don't get blue on him, I've kept my promise. I didn't get a second character with all jobs. I have to find like the little cheeky things. There we go. We'll deliver these and I'll go give Boss Cat his treats and get something to drink. And then it's PvP and you're for sign. And by the end of that, I'm guessing the stream is gonna end. See if we can get him some machinist gear. He's still not able to go as machinist, I think. I think he still has too much low level gear. No, I was just speaking of his machinist gear. It's a bit low level still. first, treats for me and the cat. We shall be right back. And there we go. One happy cat. See if we kidnap Char for some PvP. Ever so sneakily? Or, well, not so sneakily, really. Well, I'm assuming the PvP queue is beyond numbings, but that's going to do this. Yeah, it's like I say, you can only have 999,999,999 gold on one retainer. You can have quite a lot of gold in total. There are people who have maxed out their retainers. And themselves for gold. Probably has alts. With gold. It is. That was just checking out the room like, The person who gave me treats is still here. All is well in the world. Yeah, he's more of a... He chooses the living room at the moment to stay. So sadly no cat cam. I need to be a millionaire to afford that many cameras. And a way to transfer it in here as well. I wouldn't know how to do the last thing there, to be honest. To set up like several cameras where you would normally sleep. No idea. But if I ever find the luck to win the lottery, we'll always figure it out. A bit overkill to get to 90, but will get me to 90. I do still think that I need to sit this boy down and make him some new glams for all of his classes eventually. I mean jobs. And I will probably end up crafting weapons for them. So that I'm not sure if I can be bothered. Because by the time I start leveling him, and he gets his first class up, which is job up, which is probably not that far in. By the time the rest of them start to level, it's so easy to buy the old max level stuff that there's really no point in crafting him anything. Guess we're just trying to will summer into existence by this look. Which didn't really work yesterday since we had snow. Okay, nobody asked for snow, but we got it anyway. Maybe somebody asked for snow. All I know is I didn't ask for snow. Ooh. Time to get killed repeatedly. Maybe we'll actually warrior it. For the shits and giggles. Not that I die any less, but you sometimes just die a little slower. Fabulous Andy. Chicken. Or I guess rooster. One of the things I'm really looking forward to... Dear Lord. Forward to... Your brain. In the next letter... Live letter is... They will probably show off the dungeon gear. And I'm very curious to how that will look. And the tomb gear. Tome gear. Sorry, not tomb. Tome. We have a flying carpet. Boom. Let's see where they pop. That is a lot of... Well, this person is very, very positive. This is why I do enjoy this playing as a warrior. They can be kind of funny. Not worth it. Nice! We get to keep these guys in peace. Oh, good. I don't trust Red not to try again, but I also think maybe they got a bit scared off. Mortal Flames is so far not having the best of days. That may change quickly. The next pop soon. See if we're lucky or unlucky. Ooh. That was a good guess. The problem, of course, is that if you get too lucky or too greedy, you'll have your ass kicked eventually. Wow, there's just like a full-on tank team. I think they should take away the knockoff thing, to be honest. But it's getting ridiculous, the whole everybody wants to knock you off. Get the fuck off the healer. You hear me? Off. Too late, guys. I will eventually die. But this is why I do like playing Warrior on occasion. It's just... It's basically mayhem. Ooh, trivia. Nice. I would not have known. I will admit to it, I would not have known at all. Now though, I guess our spawn luck is out. You know, luck is a skill, I've heard. Bonk. How about you stay, huh? All come here with me, yes? You know you want to. Yeah, this is basically pure chaos. It's also a little bit of fun. I don't normally play this way, which is why it's a little bit of fun. When I play a warrior, I play very aggressive. Unlike my usual playstyle in PvP, it's like, come here, puppet. There are just too many class knockbacks, though. Oh, I know I have one myself, but if so, I haven't found it yet. Come here, Paladin. I know, you started this. Yeah, red is behind us. We're being flanked. And we're letting red hold 3, which is really, really bad. While blue is just sitting everyone on this one, they actually have 3. There's not really anything worth going for. Yeah, now we are getting what we saw. Reaping what we sowed last time. We have nothing, like absolutely nothing in our area. Which means we have to run basically across the map to get anything. It'd be nice if anything is spawned like in our region for a bit, but it doesn't look like it. Oh, great, it's up there. Well, we'll take this down here instead then. Thank you. We'll have it. If you want it, you can come and get it. Sure you do want it, but no. Nope. Off. You too. Fuck off. I will. Like, sod off. Yeah, you can come. Come on. Yeah, I see you. I think I didn't see you go there, Dark Knight. You're mistaken. They have so many tanks. Insane. I say as a tank, of course. Oh well. Blue is basically just standing on theirs going, At least that is what it looks like. All we have to do is make sure that they cannot touch it. Yep, you got it. Good. Worth dying for? Yep. Definitely worth dying for. Come here. Come here. That was worth dying for. Hopefully red and blue want this one. That would be nice. They can go fight for that one. Come on. They know they want to. I think some found friends. Fuck off. You hear me? Yeah. That's what I thought. Get off. play with red instead. Focus blue? Okay. Apparently that is correct. We could hope for a spawn in our area again. Eek. That's not a good one. Which means we can take this for now. It's pretty close, to be honest. Kind of the most important part is that blue doesn't get this. Or you, for that matter. What the hell? I feel like a bot when they do that. But yeah, my main idea here is fuck off. We don't. Woohoo! We win! Well done. That was nice work. And a bit of luck in the beginning, to be blunt. Yes, and that means that our head mage is level 90. Shazam. Yeah, this baby has very let's put it honest and say very mixed gear. It has anything from the amazing Manderville revolver to Aether's Trojan Purgatory mix. So it still has its old coat. So yeah, that's not good enough, so we're just gonna sage it. My hands don't feel like playing tank. Sage is much more calm. Nobody online to poke for this. Sansal and Berry are doing their stuff. Yes, always fun to win the PvP. I'm not sure if it's kind of like just a feeling, but it has felt like I haven't won PvP in a very long time. I was going here because I've capped everything, so I need to buy some stuff. Guess we can get that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. There we go. Now we have room for some more. Oh yeah. I was gonna ask if you wanted these Venice toys. These orchestral rolls. They're basically music for a house, an apartment, or a room in the FC house. Funny. Ah, Wolfmark Exchange. Other. Less colors. Miscellaneous. They have all these. Oh, I almost had all of them. Well, maybe you will one day. You can get the house one when you get the rank. You can get a room in the house. In the free company house, you can buy a room. For 300k, I think it is. I admit to not having done it yet. But I have so much decorating to do that feels like a little... Ooh. I could go here. See? They're just private chambers. And then you get one of these. Well, as you can see, not many have them. But you can. So it is an option. For somewhere to decorate on your free time. Eventually. Our little homage to gold. All the shinies. All the gold. We all need distractions. So the music you hear being played in the background here, that's the scrolls. Let's see. I think we have one of the small ones. I don't quite remember where we put it. You'll get many more. Lion music. Can you really have too many distractions? Nah, I don't think so. Be like Eddie and collect them. Yeah. Deja vu. Feels like we've done this once today already. Faded scrolls? Can you link me one when we're out of this? I think those are the ones you might have to do some crafting with. I think they from like whatever little memory I have, I think those are the ones you need to craft into actual scrolls. Yeah, I get to show off Sage. Sage's biggest bonus, in my opinion, is Cardia. Cardia heals whoever you put it on. For a certain amount of your DPS. As long as you do DPS, of course. Then you have this, but this increases the healing done on the person you're healing from Cardia. I'm really bad at using that. I should use that more often. I kind of keep forgetting that it exists. And like I said, it's a shield healer, so you're a preemptive healer. Kind of want to put your shields up before things hit. But I've also learned that this healer can be quite quick after. If you play it well. There's the abundance being cast and your shield took most of the damage off. Especially in big raids where you normally have another healer with you. Like I have here, I have an astrologian. So they are hot healers, heals over time. And of course, if they have a shield healer who pre-shields and they cast a hot heal, same time. Oh Jesus, that snug as a bug. A lot of dead people. Oops. Including me. I got lost. I was just clumsy. Very clumsy. Even with all this death though, she's going down really, really quickly. Yep, that was real fast. Especially when you add in the amount of people dead. Oh look, striking gear. Have we seen this before? Nah. Striking gear never drops. Right? Many frogs. Too many things on their feet. This is where it feels much, much safer to be ranged. These guys cast a lot, so we're gonna be proactive. Yes, the twang thing, at least I hear that very well, is when your shield breaks. Gives you one of these little shiny purple things. It's the sound of your shield giving you deeps. Is someone looking like Aerith? Even got the same name. That was a bit too close. Oh, fire. And another round of fire cards. Into the blackness. Let me get water on the floor if I remember correctly. To you. You get kind of used to doing these. Well, Eric died. I guess you could call it a spoiler, but you know. Where's one? There's two. Boink. Boink. So much knocking about. Now we get cross guards. It's a little bit early to start running just yet. No one did run. Yep, we're gonna do him before he even gets off his swift cast thing. It's pretty neat. Just in case. It's kind of better to stand safe than sorry-ish. All the healing and the casting stuff. Where's my aiming things? We are come to a frozen domain. We are come? We have come. At least that's what I would have said. Ooh, shit. It's just so many things under feet. It's a luxury to be ranged, to be honest. Wee. We heal this, so that when she starts casting her Rain of Spears, we're already good. Already good. And that's basically shield healers. You put up your stuff in front. And then you do the ice dance. Oh, that's a little scary. You see the tank with the tank busters now close to you, it's a little bit scary. Just a touch. Unlike in Old Savages, you cannot take a tank buster as a healer. It's basically... Oh, speaking of death. He died. Go back here. Out to the edges. Do we have anyone frozen? No, we don't. Nice. Funnily enough, some don't really know which side they're supposed to be on still, apparently. Now, plenty of shields. That's all my shields at once. It was the basic shield, the Panaima, and the Carrot and it has that basic effect. And Paima will heal us in a little as well. When it runs down, it heals now. Oh, out. Out, out, out. Away! Look at her sword thing. Jesus, I didn't see that until then. Now that was a nice weapon. That's a pretty awesome Lancer weapon. Or, well, Dragoon weapon, if you ask me. Almost dead. Well, almost overtaken. Yes. Why is it always scouting? I almost thought that was aiming, but no. That's still his lowest piece of gear, so... Yep. It's always strike and scout. For the next raid, I think I'm gonna set up like a little thing that's gonna say what drops I see. Just for the fun of it, like make a little document of it, see how many drops of scouting and striking I actually see. I feel like I see it all the time. Good part about Courage Roll is that it also comes with healing afterwards. Ah, cheeky jump. I like it. Very lucky with that one. Maybe it feels like it's always the other way around, or you get it in your face. I guess just decided to be nice. Go! Okay. Oh, I thought that was somebody standing there, but then I realized, of course it isn't. It's just a summoner's pet. Lucky! We're on the right side. I'm very lucky with that today. Finally home to catch some Isa. Ah. Welcome home, Yu. What has the Yu been doing then? Ah. Well, hopefully it was a nice meal then. Well, at least there's a chance of aiming here. If I'm lucky. There's so much maiming. Well, I'm not gonna be very lucky with that roll, am I? Oh, actually, yes, I am. Nice. It's the rest of it I don't really... I've basically passed on. Ooh, stiff fingers. Did I ever do those? That's something I just need to check. I don't remember. Yep, I did. Guess we can do that as our final thing if Sun is up for one more. It's the final thing. Still not able to do Kefka solo, but I am able to do Kefka duo with Sun. And then my hand needs a little bit of rest. Our last little visit to an old god. For now. This for today. He seems so bored. And he's rude. Alpha. Okay. If I get better at my rotations at some point, I might be able to do this alone, but yeah. That requires, for me, probably at least a step up in gear. I'm not strong enough DPS-wise, to be honest. Savage. The Raven image. Did you ever do this when it was current content, you? I don't remember. Sounds ever so dramatic. Still alive? Unbelievable. Or maybe it's fully believable. Who knows, right? It's time for a change of scenery. I still think this is cool. Forsaken. Making sure that we're just topped off. This music is very dramatic, to be honest. I like it. Kind of a mix between playful and a bit lively. Oh, stop hitting me in the face. It's rude. Ooh. That's what I thought. Isn't Atlas a Greek god? Or am I thinking wrong? It's like this vague idea that Atlas is a Greek god. I might be completely wrong though. It's happened before. Damn it. Was it Titan? Ah. Well, there you go. Thought it was a god from a different mythology. Maybe. But if it's a Titan, well then that kind of fits too, doesn't it? Obs. Well, you still have a few to play with. A few. Yes, but you know, it might change. See, this is the one where we split apart from memory. With the knockback and then the split. Snooze! What? Ugh, for fuck's sake. Well, I think you can handle that one. I think he hit me with both of his wing things. It's one of the very few things that can take me out. Because I normally survive one stack, but no. This is why I suspect he hit me twice. It seems a bit of previous raid. Nah, can't find it. Oh well. He dead. Yeah. I like how the winning scene just ignores the fact that you're dead on the floor. Like, nah, we're not gonna give you a victory scene with you lying dead on the floor. Don't you worry. Oop, we got Chinese. Yeah, I believe that was the wing attack that I kind of misjudged and got my ass kicked by. Don't like the healer. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit and just pick machinist and hope that the aiming one is nice. And of course check it. What is the... Not exactly something I'll prefer, probably. I admit it. That is a strange looking gun. Yeah, that is a weird looking gun. Oh well. I think we're kind of getting closer to... See if I can find it again. Oh, there it is. I think he can... Oh, because I have this. This is the thing that keeps it from being playable for me in the raid still. Still have his 80 chest. We'll get there though. We'll get there. One last thing to fix then, because I mean I touched something, so you know what happens. Save. Still a little shooty. And with that, we are going to end this stream. Because it's late. We've been doing this for over 6 hours again. Don't know how that happens. Kind of just happens, apparently. So yeah. I am gonna say thank you for keeping me company. I'll also just mention it again that I will probably be streaming tomorrow. We'll be streaming Honkai Star Rail. Because I'm swapping my out of the house days. So hopefully I'll be seeing some of you tomorrow for a game that is kind of chill and quite nice. And if not, I'll see you guys probably Friday. For, you know, the usual stuff on the Friday. Eureka Orthos. So we can go die to some sharks and some other nasty little things. I'm gonna then say goodnight. And I hope you have an absolute awesome rest of your evening, night, or day. And I'll see you on the next stream. Bye!